Hey everybody, it's me, the Last Robot Guy, and it is time for some more Super Robot Wars Y. And you know what that means. Today we're going to be doing the special silly missions that we have unlocked, Tactic Research Notes. These aren't story necessary, and they're, as you can sort of see, they're like put on the same level as the relic stuff, and we will get around to the relic stuff eventually. That's mostly just two things to get items. Relic of Gold is the one that gives you access to a secret character once you do them, but we haven't actually unlocked all of those yet. Tactics Research Notes, however, in spite of not being story-based, unlock at certain points in the story because you unlock sort of these little fights that are, you know, they start out pretty simple, and then as the game goes longer, they start getting sillier and sillier. The reason why we're going to do at the least the first two is because the second one that we're going to do is going to give us a supporter, and I know everybody wants to have this supporter. So we're going to do these missions. Also, they were in Super Robot Wars 30. What it actually does is it gives them a chance to put characters who are from the franchises, lets them appear in the story, but also lets them have no story relevance whatsoever. So rather than, like, you know, basically loading up the burger with too many ingredients and the burger falls apart, they load up the fries with, like, stuff so that the fries are tastier. It's a food analogy. It had to be a food analogy, because I don't know enough about cars to do car analogies. The Tactics Research Institute in Iota. We've been sending them combat data on the enemies A Advent has encountered. That was Captain Novi's idea, right? You wouldn't expect it from how he acts, but the captain is pretty well connected. We must have decided that we could turn a good profit by selling them combat data. We must admit it's a good source of income. I know Miss Echika is happy about that. But if we're just selling data, why did we have to come all the way here? The laboratory staff is probably explaining that to them as we speak. I'm a little worried, honestly. I understand why they'd call for Echika and the captain, but why do they need the others for? It's a pretty random selection of people. Well, let's check it out, the Tactics Research Institute office. With, you know, some decor. I don't know how I feel about those TV screens. They look entirely unsafe. I imagine if you turned those off, I would walk into them. And here he is. I'm really sad Izak is not in the fucking game as a playable character. He was my favorite Scrunglo in Super Robot Wars J. He basically just, like, failed his way into everything. And, he just got angry and angrier and then finally chilled out. It was great. So, you're from the A Advent, yes? I apologize for the wait. I'm Yazak Jewel with Zaft. Keep in mind I don't actually know how to pronounce his name, so if it's Yzak, my apologies right now. Or Izak. Do we unlock Johnny Silverhand? Yeah, we're getting there. I'm in charge of this project. Thank you for having us. I am Echika Y. Fran Burnett, representative of the A Advent. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Izak. And Diarca. Glad you're doing well, kiddo. Looks like you're doing that Zaft Red justice. Yep, so we got the other one of the minor antagonists from Gundam Seed in the snipey guy. I believe the pronunciation is Yzak. It's a hard Y pronunciation. Okay, I'll try Yzak. As you've probably guessed, Diarca and I are on loan to this lab. And you two are the ones that called me here? That's right. Now that you're here, I'll tell you about the project. I'm guessing this project is why you called us to Iota. Yes. Here at the Iota Tactics Research Institute, we analyze a variety of combat records for future benefit. In particular, we research countermeasures against squads of certain machines, especially dangerous kind. Ace pilots, in other words. Ace pilots coordinating with one another would certainly pose a significant threat. The A Advent's provided us with those sorts of combat data before. I'd appreciate if the A Advent and Y's next helped us hammer out tactics to use against them. What specifically will we be doing? I want you to use a simulator battle against a dataset we've created. Think of it as a little challenge from the Institute to the A Advent. A challenge. We're very proud of the Institute's simulation system. I promise you won't find it boring. I'm trying to slip her into a British accent when she's very clearly Russian, I apologize. It's pronounced blank. All the letters are silent. Nastasha. It's been a while, Argo. Have to be assigned here too, for the time being at least. I thought I'd say hello, since I heard you with the A Advent. Which is why you called me here. There was no doubt that you'd be alive and kicking, but I wanted to see you in person. If I could see you fight again, all the better. It's been a while. That's not my decision to make. Your orders, Miss Etchika? We stand to gain as much as you do from this. In which case, I accept your proposal. We'll try your simulated battles. That said, you'll be rewarded. However, payment will be contingent on the A Advent's victory. We want valuable data after all. Is that acceptable? I see no problem with that. Well, look who's confident. Wise next is the A Advent's pride. We'll show you just how strong we are. So yeah, this fight doesn't mean anything. There won't be any particularly interesting dialogue in it. No secrets, you know, to fight for or anything like that. We could just deploy who we want and beat up stuff. And it's a good way to earn a little bit of money, earn a little bit of other things. It's in space. God damn it. So we'll take our typical, you know, crew that need to level up. And then we get to select our units. So yeah, we'll just bring we'll bring all of our heavy hitters to see if we can't just get through this nice and swiftly, because this is less the interesting one. It's the one that comes after this and is the more important one. So it's a good way to get some kills up for the three that still need more kills up. We have room for one more. I guess Hayate's probably a good option. Although, we haven't used Azura for a little bit, so we'll throw him in. And we get to hear the challenge map music, which did not need to go as hard as it did. Yeah, it's nice. This is all a simulation? Oh wow, it's just like the real thing. Oh great. We can feel pain in here? If it can even replicate sensations, they're right to be proud of the system. Wait, that means we can have a buffet of mega fancy food we never eat normally. We can cozy up to the lovely ladies the world over. Please do not Riker the simulation. It's not all fun and games. We'll probably hurt if they hit us. It's made to be that realistic, but we can't afford to slip up. This is a challenge from the Tactics Research Institute. Yeah, if it's a fight they want, we're not about to just roll over and let them beat us. Let's do this. For the A Advent's wallet. Is everyone prepared? The targets will appear shortly. And yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of aces that we've encountered already, alongside some higher tier units. And you know, those guys. Holy cow, that's a lot of bad guys. I see some heavy hitters too. Don't put that on Riker alone. Riker is the only one we need to continually fucking hose down the holodeck for, alright? Never forget what he did with an entire bucket of holographic butter and 3 acrobats. Imperial Guard heavy metals and Gable. They've even got Toenko in there. Looks like those rewards won't come cheap. Aren't Yazak and Durka going a little overboard here? Very well, Nastasha. If you want to see us at our best, then we'll show you just that. Whole units attack. Don't let your guard down just because this is a simulation. Show the Tactics Research Institute staff just how powerful we are. I like that you could just say something like completely like slanderous about Riker doing something like horribly sexual in the in the holodeck, and it's probably close to something he did. And enemies have 100% hit on Raideen today, which is very unusual. Not a big deal, but very unusual.
この絵師だ 手強い。突破する。もらった。出力さえ維持できれば。
Mind you, the Imperial Guard machines are a little bit more closer to popcorn, so that we can level up quick enough to get aces. There will be some funny things involving the battles later on. They play up with the formula, kinda nice, if I'm being honest. So. Let's do our best to clean some clocks. Did you hear what Riker did with a girl? A bottle of orange juice and 2 lawn chairs? I don't think Riker's ever commissioned a holodeck experience of an actual person, particularly without their consent. I would definitely say that the smallest blessing is that the Riker might be a complete sexual deviant who has probably, like, you know, supplied the entire, like, black market of Blizzard holodeck tapes for at least 3 quadrants, for at least 5 centuries, and you know, he's always made sure that he's done it in a purely self-satisfactory way without dragging anybody else into it. So, you know, you can say a lot about Riker, and indeed he is a huge pervert, but he is also a gentleman. Quark was willing to provide actual people in the holodeck. Well, of course he was. Quark is a fucking awful. He's an awfully principled gentleman, but also he's Quark. Like, yeah, Riker is very big on consent, unless it's his own. He doesn't really care. The worst part is like, Riker always turns off the limiters. It's really bad. Does anyone remember the Little Grey Man alien abduction episode of TNG? Did they have one of those? I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I've actually watched very little Star Trek. I've osmosed a lot of information about the characters from internet discussions and memes. Like, I'll be honest with you, I know nothing about nothing. Riker has his consent status permanently set to yes. I mean, isn't it yes with an exclamation mark though? But yes. Possibly yay. I do know there's one episode where, like, Riker encounters an alien who sort of tries to use him to help him escape. And Riker's like a good dude about it, considering how much he gets his mind, like, interpolated. That's right, it's Riker.
Boy, 油断するなよ。はいな。さて、どういたしますか？2枚目キッドさんよ。やろうじゃないの。イエーイ。キッド、お前に任せる。
They got their yay going pretty started today. Go pretty early on. My favorite Star Trek factoid is the Dirty Pair referenced OG Trek and the TNG referenced Dirty Pair. Well, I can totally see Dirty Pair referencing OG Star Trek, but how did TNG reference Dirty Pair? I would like to know. To those who don't know, Dirty Pair is like a classic manga anime series from Japan about a pair of extremely what's the best way to put this? They're mercenaries, bounty hunters. They get the job done. They don't wear a huge amount, and also everything gets fucking exploded whenever they're involved. Malicious. Malicious is certainly one way certainly one way to reference them, yes, but it was just like, I can see how they would reference Star Trek, but like how Star Trek would reference them, I find pretty interesting.
この程度がなんだって言うんだ
Jeez, Amuro. You only got a shield and like a ballistic shield? Come on. Dirty Pair is also extremely 80s. Oh yeah, it's poofy hair and colorful explosions. It's great. There was a Dirty Pair poster in someone's quarters in the episode the K and Yuri effect was mentioned. Ah, okay. That's cute. Because Star Trek was like a big feature of a lot of the 80s, you know, like convention scene over in Japan. You see a lot of like the big cons that did like big sort of promo stuff. You typically see the Enterprise in there somewhere, and that, you know, Star Wars wouldn't be far behind either, because they were pretty big and pretty interesting. So Daikon? Daikon were the ones that always had like the funny anime intros. I think it was, wasn't it? Oh my god, I said the characters watching an episode of TNG in one issue. Yeah. I mean, Star Trek was the good shit. And TNG was really, really good. Like, TNG holds a very tight place in a lot of people's hearts. Because I think it was probably the purest distillation of the idea of Star Trek, which is, you know, human society goes out into space and sort of deals with the moral quandaries of holding yourself to this, you know, cleaving yourself to this pretty strict way of, like, exploring the galaxy but trying not to interfere with it too much. And how this is, you know, this is all well and good, but how do you stick to that in the face of the things you see, and what can you do, etc., etc. You know, what are the complications that can arise from this sort of an idea? You know, because like conflict doesn't necessarily always need to be I shoot you with gun. Like conflict can be a lot of things. And in this particular, in that particular case, conflict was, you know, there were sequences where people had to fight and everything like that. But sometimes the conflict was just ideas. The conflict was like an emotional conflict, a decision to, you know, choose whether or not to violate the code, or you know, like that you basically agreed to when you went out into space, in order to save a life, or to, you know, understand that your actions would have consequences beyond this simple act of generosity, and is it right to do that? You know, it's like it's almost like, you know, a guy watching a guy doing a documentary sees something happen, and, you know, is he going to interfere in like nature taking its course? I thought, you know. Also, in the early days of anime in the US, Japanese subbed episodes of Star Trek were sent to Japan in exchange for English subbed episodes in anime. Hell yeah! That's what I like to hear. See, nerds were like helping one another out and being cool. You know, before the internet was invented. Then we entered the internet, and now it's all terrible. And now, like, you know, if a Japanese person, like, sees their works being, like, happening out in the West, they freak out. Like, get away from me! What the fuck? It's like, calm down, man. It's okay to be loved. We're sick of his shields out now. Like it definitely sort of feels like towards the end of TNG. And again, reminder, I haven't actually like watched much Star Trek at all. Just simply because I never really had an available chance to watch it.
これでは出世は無理だ
That guy just exploded. Yeah, no promotion for you, buddy. You know, when the Borg got included, the Borg were a very interesting concept. Basically, like, okay, well, you ascribe to this idea of negotiation. What do you do when the people you're dealing with just are so utterly, completely unable to be negotiated with? And not only that, but are actively going out and causing problems everywhere, and also are extremely difficult to deal with. And it's like, what do you do? Like, is it right to just murder the holy unhell out of them? And the answer is yes. But you can sort of see with the Borg, you know, other writers started to see them as, oh man, cool fights. let's get Captain Jean-Luc Picard to, like, you know, gun them all down with machine guns. let's do some movies where he gets really upset about it and just like it's mostly just violent action sequences instead. Nowadays, I don't even know what the fuck is going on with Star Trek. Oh dear. Mostly I'm... Then you have something in common with Paramount. Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. For me, a lot of my media engagement has been... Yeah, I'll see like a few of the first few products of something, but like, it's the video games where I mostly engage with them. So I've played like a fair few Star Wars games. And Star Wars has been very fortunate that when I was growing up, it was all bangers. Well, that's not true. Not all bangers, but there are some absolutely fucking crazy Star Wars games when I was growing up. Particularly the X-Wing and TIE Fighter series. The newest Trek project is going to be taking place in the same time period as when Discovery started out in. It's going to focus on a bunch of Starfleet Academy recruits. Okay. I feel like that's something they've done before for some reason. I was just pausing to think, maybe I was thinking of like that Star Wars thing about like children's show about the Jedi. And I'm like, well, that's definitely a thing I saw on TV when I was looking through channels like last week. Yeah, the Star... You fool, you've only made heroes stronger. Alright, well. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. But it's just like, one of the biggest problems I always had engaging with Star Trek. Star Trek never really had that many good games. Like, it has had a good number of good stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Like I've never really been able to know of a time when I had money to buy a game and there was a good Star Trek game available. I watched Pop-Tart. I read Pop-Tart Ninja's, and obviously, like, not just his. There was a Let's Play on the Something Awful forums. Pop-Tart Ninja did a few of them. One of the characters, but like everybody else, like a bunch of other people did other characters as well. Was it Pop-Tart Ninja? No, that was the Star Wars one. It's all blending together. Sorry. Someone did a Star Trek MMO, and I don't remember who it was. It still might have been him, but I don't actually remember who did it. And it was really good. But I would never play the MMO. My brain just rotted. Sorry, I woke up with a headache. Why is everyone trying to kill Amuro? He didn't do nothing wrong. He's just a good boy. What is going on here? And why won't he activate his, like, Psycho move? Dude, you gotta get out of getting killed by everyone. Free card, play it. Right, so it was Pop-Tarts Ninja. So his Cardassian Federation officer ended up commanding a Borg-boosted Sovereign-class battleship. Okay, so he did do it. He also did a Star Wars The Old Republic playthrough. And I just... The man plays games, and he always does a really good job of sort of like filling the gaps in like the sort of sparse MMO writing that often happens. Because I mean he's a writer. Although I never followed his oh god. I mean that's a 1% chance to crit. I'm not gonna like allow to happen, so. Pop-Tart Ninja's contribution to the Star Wars The Old Republic MMO LP was playing as a light side Sith warrior healing make Jedi brains short circuit. Yeah, that's the good shit. Like I looked at like the Star Trek one. The Star Trek one was interesting just insofar as like you had a lot of room to make some really silly shit in the Star Trek MMO. The Star Wars The Old Republic was less so, and I know it started out really rocky. I hear it got a lot better afterwards. I still don't really have much compulsion to play a Star Wars MMO, but I could probably be tricked into playing a Star Trek one. I could probably be tricked into playing a Star Trek one. The problem is that, like, thanks to Final Fantasy XIV, I've been really spoiled when it comes to, like, games with narratives. Like, really spoiled. Ridiculously spoiled. Like, plot threads get put down and get picked up and actually used so often in Final Fantasy XIV. Did you ever play Fallout 1 and Fallout 2? Yes, actually. I have beaten both games. I did not play them when they came out, though. I played them much later. But I have played them. I played Fallout Tactics as well, though I never finished Fallout Tactics. And obviously I played Fallout 3 and all of its expansions. I played Fallout 3 a lot. Mostly just because I liked being able to move around in a world like that and explore it and stuff like that. Like, those games really do scratch an itch. It just doesn't, like... As I've gotten older, the itch also requires the game to not be buttery as well. Which is why I've ultimately stayed away from a lot more of, like, the Bethesda products as of late. But at the same time, like, Outer Worlds 2, I kinda never went near that either. Yeah, I've never touched 4. New Vegas I loved the hell out of. But yeah, when 4 came out I just stayed away from it. I have been tempted by 4 insofar as, like, people have made really interesting horror mods for 4, which makes the game a lot more terrifying to play in. And that got my attention a little bit. I'm a little concerned that like Bethesda are just like, they're not even so much just phoning it in now, as in like not even picking up the phone. Fallout 1, 2 and New Vegas have less dialogue lines and more dialogue webs. Yeah. The Fallout London mod, also for Fallout 4, has definitely got my attention, and it's definitely been another thing I've thought about doing as well. The problem is, I don't really want to give Bethesda money anymore. Because they definitely haven't earned it anymore. Like, okay, you've built a lovely skeleton for other people to actually make good things out of. But then they keep, like, anniversary editioning things, and that, like, like trying to monetize these mods and trying to like just squeeze more unearned money out of people. And I'm just like, I don't even like feel comfortable being adjacent to that. So that's ultimately why I haven't. I will say the every Anniversary Edition update has actively made Bethesda games worse on a simple mechanical basis. Yeah, like they've pooched everything constantly. It's kind of crazy. Can I fly over and kill somebody, though, is the real question. Because I want to get some kills for the boy. There we go. I was a little disappointed to hear when their space game is like, people just have zero interest in making mods for that. Because I was like, you could probably have gotten me to play that if someone made a horror mod for that. Because I think there's probably room in the universe of video games for one open world horror space game. Where you... you know? Like, I feel like that's something that they should probably consider. I feel like that would be, like, really, really good. If you haven't died of old age by the time Elder Scrolls 6 finally comes out, would you buy it? I'd never buy a single Bethesda game on release. So, and what would probably happen is I would wait, watch it come out, watch it be a hot, stinking mess. I don't see how Bethesda can make it good. They've sort of shown the design direction that's just like, yeah. Is there really no alien-based open-world game? Not really, no. Mostly it's like, for the Alien franchise, you've got sort of smaller, localized horror experience or action games. Yeah, Starfield just showed that they've taken all the wrong lessons from Skyrim. I literally forgot Starfield's name. You might have noticed. You might have noticed I called it the space game. I remember what it was. I totally forgot. Yeah, Gearbox fucked up Colonial Marines. There is an interesting, like, sort of pseudo-RTS squads of Marines moving around spaces kind of game that came out last year, I think, or the year before, and it was kind of nice. But it wasn't an open world project, and it wasn't like a first-person open world project. Lot of... Can I? Yeah, I'm blowing this guy up. Yeah, it's just... It just doesn't really feel like they've become almost seemingly Bethesda have become seemingly very anti their video game productions. Alien Dark Descent. Yeah, I think Alien Dark Descent is the game I'm talking about. I had some friends play it and they really quite liked it because it wasn't like your typical sort of game of its kind. Apparently it falls over its own feet at the end. Oh, thing. Oh, that's a bummer. What I liked about Alien Dark Descent was that, like, you send your guys in on missions and do things, but you don't have to do all the missions in an area. You can pull out after that, like, a certain point where you're satisfied, and then, like, go in to do other things that need to be done in that area on subsequent missions. I kind of like that iterative style of, like, mission performance stuff. I think that's kind of cool. Those big game studios have become pretty much anti-video game at this point. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing anymore. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, Capcom's still doing its thing. There are still some games out there that really, like, in some cases, like, it's not even in spite of their best efforts. Like, I would say Creative Assembly have just spent a better part of the last, like, entire cycle of making Total War Warhammer games, alternatively greedily shooting themselves in the foot, quickly followed by them, like, focusing up and, like, making something good, but then immediately going back to doing the fuck up again. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, they're being so weird. Was happening to see Creative Assembly announcing a sequel to Alien Isolation. The problem is that after Alien Isolation, they went on to start working on Hyenas, and Hyenas was a fucking... Hyenas was definitely one of those things where you're like, you wonder who it was for. And I think it was for an executive who wanted another yacht. And he's not getting another yacht. He'll be lucky if he got a dinghy for the performance that the Hyenas had. Corey shows that most game studios have been taken over by bean counts as demand number go up, so risks are banned in all games are risks inherently. Yeah, and I mean, you don't invest money in something unless you expect money to come back out again, and it's just very all over the place. Everything is all over the place. No, we're shooting Hachia down. Fuck you, Hachia. But then you see, like... But then, yeah, they have always been like that, and apparently, like, but just now there's, like, everyone's been sort of getting stupid from it. It's really, I don't get it. Like, sorry, my brain is a bit foggy today. That's the sucker game. Toodles! Yeah, you get enemy unit death announcements, but I think that's just like they're pre-programmed it. Microsoft in general, I find the most shocking of all of the companies I've ever seen have every advantage in the space continually fuck up. And this hasn't been like a recent thing. It's just they just keep going and going and going from bad idea to bad idea. Like they had every advantage. They were the, like, you know, everybody was using Microsoft products for the longest times, the vast majority, and now they seem to be like working really hard to get people to like look for alternatives now. They were in the console market and they were doing alright, and then they flipped out and shit the bed. So now it's like, for the longest time Xbox was such a feature in everything, and now it's like, it's not. And it's just like, they've just continued to just fumble and fumble. And they've grabbed all of these game studios. And one of the craziest things they did when they've grabbed all these game studios is apparently just gone, well, we don't need any of like the people that make the games, or who have made the games good. What we are here for is to like snatch up all of the IP so that we can like make money out of them. And so, like, a lot of studios that made really good games or really solid dev teams got ousted. And now you know, their obsession with inserting AI into everything. And, like, you look at Call of Duty, which was the moneymaker for Activision. It was on top every time it came out. And now Microsoft has gotten their bits on it. And what's happened? It's just... It's an embarrassment. And it's just like, Microsoft were at one point so big, everyone was like, do we have to break these guys up? Because they were so big and they barely survived like that. Not bad. We best exercise caution around them. And he said. And then it's just like, but now they're like, Smash. It's like, I don't get it. I'll never get it. The universe will explode. I will never get it. These people are stupid. You know, like they need to correct course and rapidly, because I just don't see. They basically continually put something down, like a giant turd down on the table, and said, "Behold, you have to eat this entire plate of turd." They haven't even like called it something else. They haven't gone, "Oh, this is chocolate pudding." No, they've gone, "Here is our giant turd. Eat all this turd." And everyone's been like, "No," and walked away from them. And they're like, maybe the turd wasn't big enough. Clearly, once they get a taste of this turd, their opinions will turn around on it. Call of Duty hasn't been good since the original Modern Warfare. It's been another EA Sports title yearly release ever since. Yeah, but it's still, you would always see it at the top of the charts. My understanding of it is the most recent one is has been a spectacular failure. Speaking of turds, Facebook is moving on to another dumb idea: AI wearables. Oh yeah, the AI goggles that that Zuckerberg wants everybody to wear. I mean, I shrug my shoulders at that. I'm someone who doesn't really find wearing glasses very comfortable in the first place. Like, I dread the day I'm gonna have to get glasses, because I just hate things pinching my nose. And it's just gonna be a pain in the backside. I've been very fortunate, my eyes are still, like, at the moment, razor sharp. I actually had about 5 different instances over the weekends where I was helping people out reading things for them, and you know, just like fine print on like products, like, and I wasn't even like putting my face up to it. I was like leaning over their shoulder and being like, "Oh yeah, that says that this contains this, this, and this," and they look at you like you're some kind of like godlike being because you can read. It just cracks me up. I'm just like, I'm on a level that apparently not many human beings get to attain. But it's like, and as I said to him, like, I'm enjoying it while it lasts, because vision's just one of those things everybody loses at some point. I know my brother, my younger brother, and I may have already said this before, I tell everybody this, but it is so funny to me. We met up weeks back for German food. Not bad. I look forward to our next encounter. And he was just so annoyed at me, because, like, I'm here, I'm in front of a computer screen. I'm in front of a computer screen even when I'm at work. I look at screens all the time. I'm surrounded by screens. And he's just like, how is it you of all people, still manage to have good eyes? And I'm just like, probably because, like, all the screens and everything I look at, I actually turn down quite significantly so that my eyes aren't bothered by them. Like, my monitors are actually down pretty low for the most part, because I know I'm going to be in front of them so often. I don't even know if that helps or not, but that's my measure. Reading has always been my thing. Like, it's not even just a matter of being able to read things at distance. I can read things that are at distance that are upside down and mirrored. My reading comprehension is... You'd think it probably isn't that great, considering how often I'll, like, read a word and instantly say it wrong here, but that's mostly just because I'm, like, sort of going too fast. Nah, you can kill him. My poor dad got some stuff done on his eyes, on his cataracts, and they beefed it. Yeah, reading comprehension and reading aloud are two very different skills. Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words. But yeah, like they kinda did his cataracts wrong. I don't remember exactly how they did it wrong, but basically it's one of those things where it's like, the eye equivalent, I guess, of like the doctor has to do an amputation and they cut the wrong leg off, kind of thing. They had to do a certain thing and they did the wrong thing, which is staggering to me that this still happens. Like, and actually, like, it's one of those things that's just like, my response is generally just to be like viscerally upset that this is a thing that happened in human reality. I suppose the trick to making sure your eye doctors do everything correctly is just let them know that, like, you're gonna go for a drive after, straight after the surgery. So if they don't do it right, you're gonna like scratch their Porsche in the car park. That's just the threat. I'm gonna fuck your Porsche up. Oh boy, it's Gabblade doing Gabblade things. Can we even hit him with something? Yeah. Guess it's the beam cannon. The special beam cannon. See, we're never in danger. I don't know what you were worrying about, game. Part of what I did was refuse the value they wanted to give me to make me loopy. So I told the eye surgeon I was aware of the fact that he was cooking my eyeball while he was firing up the laser. That got his attention on the task. Damn, man, you went into a staring contest with a guy lasering your eye and you won. That's psychotic. Cool guy literally out there doing like the Dead Space 2 eye surgery thing. His response was, most people don't work out, that's what's happening on the table. Oh dear. I do not like Giot's girdle. Yep, just nothing. Persistent VPS armor means nothing works. To be fair, there's no reason to like anything about Shark. I like his voice actor. I had a 12th grade reading average in 3rd grade. 11th grade, my teacher questioned whether I had an issue with the language in Scarlet Letter, so I handed her a copy of Beowulf and Old English I was reading for fun. Yeah, like, when I was in, like, year 8 at high school, like, they made us all do, like, a reading comprehension test. And after the reading comprehension test, like I forgot about it. Then, like, a few weeks later, they got the results in. It's like one of those things where they did it and they sent it off to somewhere else to mark or something. Teacher takes me out of the classroom. I was so confused. And just tells me quietly, so the rest of the class doesn't know this, because, you know, kids are kids, that I broke it. Like, it was designed to assign your reading age. And apparently, I hit the limit and kept going, so... And I just remember being like, that suggests to me the test is kind of like, it's not supposed to, like, you're not supposed to keep going like I did. And you know, and like obviously it has always served me well. It hasn't put me in like literally anything else I've ever had to do with school or anything like that. But there was always it's always just a thought that makes me smile is that like someone set up something and I broke it. The whole concept of a reading age always seemed like really weird to me anyway. So like I'm fine with like exploding it. I'd say my biggest issue with my reading comprehension is that I learned so many words without ever hearing them. No, that's exactly my problem as well. Like, there are so many words out there in the history of words that I have been intimately knowledgeable of, but have either just never used them in the company I've kept, or never used them out of fear of saying it wrong, because, like, We've all heard me many times just say Segway as Sieg, because there was no way in my brain that Segway was the word Segway, because for me, the first time I heard Segway was the Segway. Alright. Oh, hold on. Alright. Thunder bomber this man out of existence. Because one of those things about Australians is that, like, we are very good at using language like a cudgel. There are things that that Australians can say that like absolutely reduce a person to down to the like composite particles, but they're not big words. They're powerful words, but they're not big words. Like my personal favorite will always be, and I use this myself when I talk about certain people because it was so to me it was just like such a powerful sentence, but there are no difficult words in it, and it is simply what former like at the time he was Prime Minister. Paul Keating, and he said it to the "Oh crap, I've got to get out of here." He didn't say that. He said it to the then like deputy, like no, sorry, the then shadow leader. No, leader of the opposition. Sorry, I can never get the words right. He was the leader of the opposition. He was John Howard. He would go on to be Prime Minister like a long, long time later. But Paul Keating just gestured to this man and referred to him as a shiver looking for a spine to crawl up. And that stuck with me a lot, because that was such a powerful fucking cut down. Like, there aren't many things you could say to someone, but it was such a simple set of words. There was nothing elaborate about it. It was like, the largest word in there was looking. But it's Paul Keating was very good at using like very simple language to like cut someone in half. If insult sword fighting was actually real, I'm pretty sure Paul Keating would have remained undefeated until his retirement. And even then, you'll still come out and say some stuff, and it'll still be just like, yeah, he's still got it. I'm glad I've never had cause to meet and offend this man. Yeah. And Australians, generally speaking, we just keep it simple. Like, you'll never hear someone use big words. Just because, you know, we've got all these wonderful other words that we use. Considering the paucity of postmodern opportunities for promotion, I'm withdrawing! Like, you'll never hear the word paucity in Australia, so, like, I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly. I got no idea. Who's got any idea? We'll never know. Or Cable. Well, you see, Gable was a character in a show I watched, so I know Gable. I know Gable's name because Tomino makes sure everybody says one another's names all the time. So, like, Gameplay gets said a lot. Like the first time I ever went to a Games Workshop place, I was like, "How do you pronounce Tyranids?" By the way, I was like pointing at the place, like, "How do you pronounce that?" And they were all like, "Tyranids." I was like, "Cool," because in my head they were Tyranids, as in like tyrants, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, I can see how you did that." But yeah, but it just, you know. I remember watching Gundam 0079 and being surprised by how everyone referred to Frau Bao by her full name. Yeah, literally everybody. That's such a Tomino thing, though. If he's tickled by a name, you know, he will make sure you fucking hear that name forever over and over again. Which makes it really funny that there was a character in Gundam Reconquista in G whose name was just Steel. I'm excited for Steel, but you know we're gonna have to get through this game, and I'll probably like play like a game or two for a little bit with Cool Guy and some other people before we get into we get into any other games. Wrong button. It's always gotta be fucking 2-3 spaces away. Anyway, can't do it yet anyway because he's too powerful. So let's man, he really just like. You just want to tank everything, huh? Honestly, I think out of all the characters in the show, I'm pretty sure Gabley says his name more than anybody else says his name. Yeah, we finally have another kind of shot to break up all of the other shots. He hits like a fucking truck though, Jesus. Oh, you get a level out of getting truck hit, so that's nice. Alright, Zuru, can you like kill this man? Well, you can contribute to the killing of this man. Just let me make sure that... No, hold on a second. We need... Okay, now everything will hit. Gotta do this right.
Yaro, Red 5.
Yeah, you see Ichika from basically like a frontal shot for like so long in the game, and then you get that cut and you're like, oh, okay, you know, like you get to see her actually like get to see a bit more of like how she's designed in a more dynamic pose. Because even before that, the other pose is just her sitting in a chair, in a big chair looking tiny. I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't do that, man.
これも K の指示のおかげだね。続いて攻撃。
He's eating the biggest cheeseburger. Okay, I'll admit, I think we all make that noise when we get like a really big burger in front of our plate and we open our mouth to eat it. Well done. I knew coming here would be worthwhile, says man who loses. Alright, well, it's just a scrappy little so-and-so now, so I guess we might as well move in and start cleaning his clock, because it might take a while. Might just flash on this one. I can use my full power, he says as he explodes. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, well, wait a minute, no you can't. Unless your full power is like when you're dead. Isn't that just a simulation of him? It is, yes. So perhaps it was, perhaps they programmed him to say things wrong as a joke. I think an emotive kid's face, heavy face named Yay would be a great addition to the Discord. Hey, look, if somebody else wants to do that, go right ahead. I don't actually have the talent to like produce things like that. It's like, I could, but I'm lazy. I can't, and also I'm streaming, and I'll be too tired to do it when I finish streaming tonight. I'll just be like, no, not for me today, thank you. I gotta sit down and do some like Helldivers 2 grinding. They're releasing another warbot in like a week. And it has like medium armor that kind of reminds me of Batman's armor, so I'm gonna see if I can get that. There was something I needed to do in terms of like a sound file to put in on the Discord as well, but I've already forgotten it. What was it I was gonna do? Yeah, I feel like there was like a sound file we were talking about putting in on the Discord, but I've already forgotten what it was. That's the problem with ideas like that. If I should write them down, but I never do. I need to get into the practice of doing that, so that when I get to it later, I'm like, what was it I was gonna do? Reads well, remembers poorly. If we're gonna get a good shot later on this stream, I'll go look to the stream VODs for one. You could also take a look online and see if someone's posted character sheets at all, because sometimes people do that. I actually have, this is probably going to sound pretty funny, but on my computer I have every single like character sheet from Second Super Robot Wars original generation. So I actually have an extremely large variety of like reaction faces from like Super Robot Wars games, like from the original Generations franchise. Including one with Ryusei with no shirt on, but it's cut so it looks like he's got no pants on as well. looking really, really excited. I just found this. Is that I generally, like, I have, like, my browser closed, so I will not be looking at that, but I'm assuming that's a thing. If I recall correctly, you were saying once from the OG Gaiden, where they have a beach episode? Probably. Because I definitely don't remember in second OG any, like, beach episode stuff. It's a J9 splash screen. Okay.
よっしゃ上出来やヒョマ
赤坊よこの俺を誰だと思ってんだ
They all have thumbs up and say yay. Curse you! Robokai's nightmare. In my dreams, I see them yaying away. What was that voice, dude? The pitch just jumped. Here's what he does. They've all got, like, alien effects on their voice, and Rada just fucking goes. Unless you were talking about me, in which case, how dare you? The voice actor for Rada definitely has a lot of fun with the character. Like, that voice isn't being, like, people like being pitch shifted by anything except himself. I swear to me, Mom, just fucking kill him, Mamoru. Rada's kind of a weenie as far as the MJP villains go. Yeah. Yeah. The biggest problem with Rada is always just going to be that he has too much health and not enough, like, interesting things. He's just a very big, amusing sounding pinata. He's quitting the Shikara. I'm pulling out! This is the last place I'd want to die! There he goes. See you later, sucker. All hostiles have been neutralized. That was more intense than I expected from a simulation. It was worth giving them the data. We've triumphed. We can receive our reward with heads held high. That was excellent. I expected nothing less of you, Wise Next. Wait. Izak and Wise Next. Maybe we're called Ease Next. I'm honored to hear it. I'm sure the A Advert will make great use of a part we developed here. We'd like to give it to you as thanks, in addition to the previously discussed reward. So we get the super part, the super repair kit. Obviously, the value of these things will increase as time goes on. Thank you, we'll use it well. It's still a prototype, so we hope we can provide reports on its use. The Tactics Research Institute will keep creating simulated battles for you based on the data you gave us in the future. There's also another Tactics Institute at Jaburo, down on Earth. If you get the chance, you should pay them a visit as well. As long as there's money in it, we'd be glad to. We'll issue the A Advent another challenge once we put another data set put together. You can't be satisfied with just one victory after all. Rest assured, our pride wouldn't allow us to. Look forward to your next challenge. And that's that. I'm sure we'll meet again. I would have asked you out for dinner if we had more time. You can save it for next time. Think about where you might want to go. I already have. Chinese food. What's that? I've only won that Chong Sang I bought once. Feels ways not to get more use out of it. Ah, I remember that one. I'll pray for your safety, Argo. Though I'm sure I won't need to. I won't let you down. See you around, Stasha. One of the few times, like, a character's like, hey, big guy, I want to be super sexy for you and sex you up. And he's like, and as soon as we can, I'm going to sex the shit out of you. Don't worry about it. I will big sex you. Don't worry. And there we go. The Ataki factory is... no! What needs to be said, really, at this point? How are we doing for the STGs? I remembered that this time I'm supposed to be like unlocking this one. So what does that look like? Ah, we're just short. Man, that sucks. All right. We did get a lot of money out of that too. Look, we got a fair bit of money from killing all of those aces, which is, you know, yeah. Gorotaki is a bit of a lazy guy. That is an I would say that I was lazy. I would say that that I gave up. And it's just, and it's just letting life's currents take it wherever it goes. All right, let's wait. Was there someone I was upgrading? I was like, oh, I won't be able to fully upgrade this, and I stopped. And I don't remember who it was, and I guess it's not important in the end. Oh well, I guess we'll have to just forget about that for now and continue to, like, upgrade these clowns. Man, there was someone who I was doing it with, but I don't remember. It wasn't lazy, it was multitasking. My sons? Aren't they all at level 5? I'm pretty sure the sons are at level 5. Yeah, they're all fine. They're all fine. Gotta get the kids up. There we go. No, they're at 50% as well. I did that pretty much straight away. Yeah, see, all the DLC characters are at the halfway point. There's nothing to worry about with that. Here we go. Not you. At this point, yeah, even they're leveled up. They're leveled up. I guess I'll do these three. So that's fine. Oh yeah, we should probably take a look at the, who's got a... Marvel, just... Okay, so yeah. So this is basically just a everything gets, restored thing, which is kind of nice. Is there someone who could make use of that in the now, though? Is there somebody who has, like, a blank spot that I would just, like, give it to? Honestly, the amount he gets his shit slapped in? Yeah. We could probably give him something that'll allow him to use those parts on everybody else, too. Wouldn't we? I forget. Is that, like, an ability we have? I feel like it's an ability that we have, like, excessive ones of, and I've gone past him. I don't know where I'm going. What am I doing? Because isn't, like... Supply parts. Yeah, use consumable power parts on adjacent allies. There. Thumbs up. Good practical use of funds there. Save game. Because now, as they said, Jaburo, which used to be the headquarters of the Earth Federation's military forces, is now the home of... well, no, we'll do those at the end. So the team takes on a simulated battle designed by the Tactics Research Institute at Jaburo. Right now has a supply parts program for all the parts he needs to supply. Exactly, it's his job. And the game keeps giving me those, so I might as well give them to, like, somebody who could actually make use of it. So this is Jaburo, former home of the Earth Federation Forces General HQ. That's what I said. After the EFF disbanded, the new League of Nations repurposed the facilities for joint multinational military operations. And one of these facilities is now the Tactics Research Institute. From what I hear, the one in charge has a connection with the Order of the Black Knights. That must be why they called Kallen and her group there. One of them really wasn't looking forward to the trip, though. Nice lab. You ever give supply pods programs to the Grand, you know the Bell will be the supply program button pusher. I mean, she could throw her baby weight into the button, like at high speed, and to be perfectly honest, that would be really funny to watch. Lloyd is not happy. Oh, don't be so sullen, former Earl of Pudding. In any case, I must say, those clothes suit you surprisingly well. It's good to see you again, Rakshata. Yes, I'm glad you're looking well. Same here. I've heard all about the A-Advent's exploits, you know. So, why did you call us here? That should be obvious. I want you to fight in our simulator using the dataset we created. A simulator I made myself, in fact. I wanted to brag to the former Earl of Pudding about how amazing it is. Oh, so you're the one who created the simulator? Yes, it's my masterpiece. Incredible, isn't it? I think you may have done too good of a job personally. The impact when you get shot down is very realistic. It's all to keep you on your toes. Maybe a simulation, but we do need you to approach it seriously. The Jabiru Tactics Research Institute and I have issued you a challenge, A-Advent, and I want you to accept it. Very well. Let's take this on with all the strength at our disposal. Good. I also hatched a little scheme to fire you all up. I hope you enjoy it. That's, this particular mission is the sole reason why I decided we were going to do these. Because I couldn't just drop on you guys the supporter we're going to get from this mission with no fair on a later mission. So let's get the ships on. 28, 28, 27, so it looks like... Man, crazy. Get these two on. Select units! Keep bringing some of our favorites. Last time, let's go. That's a pretty good split. So all the trees and mountains in the distance are just simulated data, huh? A VR game made with this technology would sell like hotcakes. But this is no game. Keep your wits about you. Is everyone prepared? Targets will appear shortly. This time it's a monster fight. Oh, and you know, those guys. The Infernal Alliance! And there's some kaiju to boot. And the Aerial Knights. Even the Scorpion of Zilkstan is in this one. Rakshata said she devised a scheme to make things more exciting, though. What did she mean? Ladies and gentlemen! Wait, what was that voice? The A-Advent and Wisedex exploits are sweeping over the world! But the stronger you are, the stronger the opponents you attract! Hey, it's him! You know who he is, Wisedex? I've heard rumors at least. According to them, Gundam Fight's always had an unofficial commentator. Apparently shows up on battlefields without anyone asking him to. All to make battles more exciting. Instigator, Igniter. Eventually people started calling him Stalker. Has Rakshata brought him here to do the same for this fight, I'm guessing? By chance, the strong encounter the strong, and their meetings give way to new battles! Now in this digital world, the conflict the likes of which you've never seen before is about to unfold. The line between victory and defeat is as ever paper thin. Will the A-Advent and Wise next be able to overcome this challenge? All hands, prepare to attack. Right. Rakshata Chawla has issued a challenge. Who can say what will happen? So, without further ado, Gundam Fight, ready, go! Excuse me, but they don't have any Gundams. That's why I wanted to do this. Literally the only reason I wanted to do all of these tactics things is that. So if people don't want to see any more of these, we don't have to do any more on stream. No, just kidding. The other characters will appear, so we will do them. They have actual story to them. The other challenges don't have, like, characters appearing, so, like, I'm less inclined to care about them. But these ones are fun.
排除対象であるなら種別は問わない。目標補足、任務を遂行する。
So yeah, Super Robot Wars Y is the first time Stalker's made an actual genuine appearance in game, despite G Gundam appearing in several other titles. Yeah, this is his debut, if you can believe it. Such a fundamentally important character to the entire franchise. And I will admit, the thing that actually kind of makes me laugh is the revelation that he was not being paid to do this. in G Gundam. Like, my brain doesn't remember that fact, that he was never actually like an official employee, he just would show up and do that. Like, true, just like, narrator power. He just appears where he wants. Just real, for the love of the game kind of behavior. I can appreciate it. Sean Bandes looks like he's enjoying it, to be perfectly honest. I'm not totally sure if he is or not, though. The kicker is that he doesn't actually need that eye patch, he just wears it for style. Stalker just truly is a man in it for the love of being in it. They continue to just be the greatest team. Woo. As I understand, after completing all of the wing stuff, some folks in the Discord have been watching G Gundam. G Gundam is such a wild concept though, and it was basically the first non-UC Gundam that just kind of they just kind of did it, and it's such a departure from literally everything that ever came before, and it's just you'd be excused for wondering if everyone had just been smoking weed. But sometimes you just gotta do something that's completely detached from everything, so that it just changed the mood, showed that you could do just about anything with it, and then, stuff like Gundam Wing and things came out afterwards, and I think that actually probably helped a lot, by doing something so wildly different. Big oh no! Also in one of the Gundam build games, he's the super fun boss of the arena section. Uses the burning Gundam, he uses Sekiya Tenkyouken. Damn, Stalker, you hide your power level? The fuck? Is that legal? To hide your power level to that degree? Oh yeah, I know. The build games are like I think about wanting to like buy them and play them, but at the same time I always remember that it's like there is a fair amount of grinding in those games, and I'm just like, nah.
チャン攻撃をかける。
やっちゃ
さあほどけ。
I like to think, if this attack hits, you will lose almost all of your health. And the general response is, yeah, good luck, 0% boy.
それなら。トリガー。ルナ。トリガー。
Like, in most cases, like, double is just saying to them, look buddy, the health bar, that's just there to let you know that there are some things in life you will never have. You can't always get what you want. Life isn't always fair, humpback whale. Number 189. Whatever number it was. That just lives in my head.
悪魔なんてお呼びじゃないって。前段当てるよ。
Alright, that's my turn, my first turn done. The nice thing about these stages, at the very least, is it's always what you see is what you get. I don't think there's a single stage that just, like, abruptly throws reinforcements at you. It lays out what you've got to kill from the get-go, so... I appreciate that about these stages. It's not, like, wacky-ass story bullshit. It's not a Gundam Build the Show game, it's a game where you can Frankenstein your Gundam moves together, etc. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of often sits in sort of like a weird location in terms of like story and what's going on, but yeah. Because the build games are typically just called Gundam Breaker, right? Because whenever I was calling them the build games, I was kind of like, it's the Gundam Breaker games though, isn't it? Although I don't think there was ever a Gundam Breaker on GameCube, so maybe I'm wrong.
ほとんど影響なし。
お返しは受け取っていただけるだろうね。この拳で殴られてはただでは済まないぞ。これでお別れだ。
There's no popcorn in this this formation of dudes. Okay, calm down. That is the exact opposite of what I told you to do.
当たるものか。怪獣から世界を守る。それが俺たちの使命だ。ナイトスターム。
Nice. Just vibe to the music. I've heard that like the latest Gundam Breaker game is pretty decent, but I've just never seen it like on special. And again, it's just like every time I'm like, if I'm gonna like buy a Gundam Breaker game, I'm gonna have to like settle in for like a game that really is all about grinding. It is one of the, it's like a Monster Hunter kind of game, except you're not hunting monsters, you're hunting like Zakus. You know, that kind of thing. With all the parts mech customization you come to expect from needing a spreadsheet. So it's just like, I know I'm gonna have to like settle in for like a long dark winter when I do that. And it's just really a case of like, every time I think about doing it, there's some other game that's on the horizon, and I'm like, oh, but that game is on the horizon. That horizon is there, and I see it. Like, because there are some games that I will just, I will immerse myself into it like a warm bath, and it's Neo 3. It's Neo 3. Neo 3 is coming in like the first week of February. Not on a streaming day, so y'all don't have to worry about it, but you will have to worry about when the game comes out. Like, I'm gonna talk about it every single day on like stream, like live streaming until it comes out. And you're gonna have to put up with me spending the entire like Super Robot Wars Y stream talking about what I'm doing in Neo 3 when it comes out. I'll do like one fight and go, okay, bye, see you guys, and go back to Neo 3. If it came out on a day I was streaming, I probably would have streamed it, just so everyone could like see me get viscerally mad at like learning how to play the game and dying to the first boss. It's an important part of like the activities I'm up to. Okay, Dante. Oh, that's right, he does morale down damage. I gotta not get hit by that shit. Come for the giant robot, stay for the Neo 3 spoiler review. Don't worry, I won't spoil what happens in Neo 3. But I will tell you whether or not I'm enjoying it or not, and I'm hoping I'll be enjoying it immensely, and I'll be like, his I have been shot face is actually kind of impressive. It's got a real I am not having a good time vibe to it. Yo! What are you doing shooting from back there? Betul. Such a jackass. Thank you. Huh. Fucking Bogue. Fucking Bogan. I used to just always roll my eyes every time Bogue appears, but Bogue does have a sequence in Super Robot Wars Y that made me really like the character. You'll all know when you see it in like 100 streams time, because it's towards the later part of it. But Jesus, it's funny. I think it's the later part anyway. There's a moment which is really funny, regardless. I mean, he's already kind of funny. He's kind of like a charmless Gablet. You know, he's full of wind, but like he doesn't have Gablet's self-assuredness. Like he looks a little too stupid and likely to fall down the stairs. Whereas you know when Gablet falls down the stairs, he will catch himself on his feet at the bottom and like try and just like pretend like he meant to do that. Like Gablet's got enough talent that he can like walk away from that. So it's Theo. Oh, Theo. Your silly little droopy diamond hair thing.
反撃だライディン
There are many times in Elgome where, like, Gable, like, absolutely takes, like, a punch to the gut or a hit to the balls or something, and, like, walks it off. Like, obviously, like, he's trying to, like, play it off like it's not hurting him. And he keeps it together. He never passes out. He never takes a shot to the balls and, like, falls over and, like, dies. That never happens to Gable. Gable takes a sock to the stomach, and it's just like keeps on going, even though you sort of see the knees going and everything like that. If I'm remembering correctly, I feel like on at least 2 occasions, Gable gets walloped in an extremely sensitive location and sort of, you know, manages to keep himself from collapsing or bursting into tears. Bogle claps immediately, and one of the other windbags running off stage evokes loud obnoxious protestations. Gable would get kicked in the gut and respond with, "I meant to do that." He would also get kicked in the gut by Daba and say, "Of course you would do a move like that, Daba," and then, like, when Daba is distracted by something, like, quickly stand up and kick Daba in the gut. Like, I say these things with absolute reverence to the character. I love Gable so much. You spend so much of it just being like, Gable, come on, dude, just join the good guys already. We want you over there. Like, but then we'd miss out on things like him falling in love with Daba, who's in drag at the time. He never did find out about that either. He never discovers that that was Daba in drag. Possibly because if they said that, like, Gable would probably just demand he put the dress back on again. But the real question is how well would he play off leaving his fly open? That is a good question. Could Gable come back from that? And the answer is yeah, probably. And as much as Gable would want to yell at them, no being a good guy is a financial downgrade to my situation. You guys are always the underpaid, underfed, plucky underdogs. But doesn't because he thinks it would wreck his mech cred. I mean, the very first time Daba and Gable encounter each other, like, Gable does steal their food because he's very, very hungry. Gable, he is a real character. He's a real human being. I'm just gonna shout at this guy and he's gonna die. Bye. Bye-bye. He's just like... He's just such a great character. Okay, so that's the first of the upgrades. Gable is a real name. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a real human name. I know tons of guys named Gable. I'm actually a little mad at myself now, because, like, a part of me has just realized every Halloween I've ever had to work at work, I could have just, like, asked for, like, you know, no costume, just asked for, like, a Tomino name on the name badge. I watch like people have, like, strokes, trying to, like, talk to Hachiya Machiya or Gable. Hi, I'm Gable. How can I help you today? I will need to write this down. Shot weapon. Oh yeah, I have to do this year a shot weapon. I have to go look into this because I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure how much of it I can fit on the nameplate, so I'm gonna need to find this out. One of my coworkers did get, like, a nickname that we all had for her, like, permanently emblazoned on her badge. And interestingly enough, we never got a complaint about it. Because there are some people out there who hate fun. There are some people who, if they see a coworker smiling and laughing, will get very offended because, like, they're not taking this seriously enough, and it's like,
Look.
are you a real person? Like, I wish that was like a caricature. But you hear about it so often, not even just like my workplace, but so many workplaces in general. Like, the people see like someone smiling, and they're like, I took offense to that. Yeah, sorry, Bogue. You can't counter the hero when you're a zero. I'm just gonna keep hitting him.
お嬢様、戦況データをお送りいたします。攻撃目標。
I'm putting way more effort into these emotes than I thought I would. Well, I appreciate you doing them.
では張り切っていきましょうか。
Save MF Thompson Tompkins when you want to scare yourself as others as well. I feel like if I do that, I have to find like a troll doll wig and put it on. Doesn't even have to be like the correct kind. Just wear it. Also, for the record, Cool Guy knows about this, but I'm drinking another cursed Pepsi today. And we had a discussion about this yesterday when I was telling him about it. And I understand Americans may not understand what I'm talking about when I talk about this. However, that Pepsi is extremely cursed. It makes my stomach crawl. Okay, so the Pepsi I have bought for today's stream, because when I see a flavor of drink that is unhinged, I buy it to see what it's like. You know, like, I'm definitely the kind of person who will food tourism and die one day because of it. I will freaking die doing these bits. And it is and I God, how best to explain this, because it's not a normal food product by any stretch of the imagination, but we have this brand of confectionery in Australia called Allen's, and they make a lot of like the little jelly babies. You know, they make a lot of just like the candies and stuff, the more gel-based candies and things like that, jelly candies. And they make this one called strawberries and cream, right? So the strawberries and creams lollies look like little egg yolks, as in, like, there is like a yolk which is made out of basically like the equivalent of, I suppose, what you would call like a milk dud or whatever, in terms of like what it tastes like. It's just like it's like a milk flavored you know, soft candy sort of thing. And then set in the middle, like the yolk, is a strawberry flavored jelly. And basically, like, it just kind of looks like a red yolked egg, whatever. They're really quite nice. Anyway, that's what my flavor of Pepsi is. Technically, this is technically strawberry and pilk, if you think about it. This is technically strawberry and pilk because of the milk-dud nature of the strawberry supreme. I only just realized that. I only just realized that now that I'm actually drinking strawberry-flavored pilk. This is pretty good, actually. Technically, though, cream Pepsi isn't as vile as cream Coke. I've had worse ideas. And you wonder why I said that was disgusting. Look, man, I didn't consider the pilk angle until just now. That was just what it is, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't think about it, and then suddenly I was pilking. I was pilking out of control. I couldn't help it. Oh dear. And I will be honest with you, it still tastes better than that, like, blue Pepsi I had. Like, I'm still... Don't pay my your stomach revolts after the stream. It's fine. I did the Oreo spam burgers. I'll live. You know, like, I have eaten stranger things. You know, when I say I've eaten Stranger Things, I remember that they were actually selling, like, Stranger Things, like, fried chicken at my supermarket at one point. Just, like, fried chicken, but it was, like, branded with Stranger Things. And so, so I could have actually said, but I never bought it and I never tried it. It was alongside, like, Squid Game's fried chicken, so it was, like, two different types of, like, branded TV show fried chicken. And I was just like, no, I'm not doing that. But it was really funny because it was at a time when neither of the shows had been in circulation on TV for a while in Australia. So it was really weird. It was just like suddenly they were just there, and it was just like, is Stranger Things back on again? And everyone was like, no. I said, what about Squid Game? And everyone was like, no. And I mean, I guess they're back now? I hear everyone's been really mad about how Stranger Things ended, which is fine. Like, TV shows always end badly. I'm not done yet. I'm withdrawing, but I'll be back. He'll be back. Also, he wasn't real, so don't worry about it. Squid Game's chicken? That sounds like actual Russian roulette with special branding. Yeah, I mean, they're never going to sell you something in a like a supermarket in Australia that's going to kill you. Like, you have to go through some pretty crazy bullshit to, like, get your food on the shop floor, and then you have to do some crazy bullshit to keep it there too. The gaslit fans gaslit themselves into thinking that they were going to release a secret true finale last week. I'm just gonna say this right now, but like, I was watching how Fate Grand Order was going in Japan over New Year's. I don't know if I mentioned it, but basically, just before New Year's, they wrapped up the arc of Fate Grand Order, and there was a lot of questions left unresolved. But it had a full, you get back to life, you're like your old, like the life you would have led if all these things hadn't happened. You don't remember what happened. There's one person in the entire world who actually will remember what happens, but there's a chance you'll never fucking see them ever again. And everyone was just like, at first everyone was like, it was over. Wow, what a ride. And then they thought about it for a little bit and they were like, well, wait a minute, they didn't answer this, they didn't answer this, they didn't answer this. Wait, what's going on? And so what basically ensued was like a huge amount of people just like coping about it. But there was also a lot of people like who were like openly like mocking the people who thought they were going to get it fired. Nope, Fate Grand Order is going to end They're just waiting for a moment, like, to announce the end of service kind of thing. As it turned out, like, last week, just after I finished streaming, they just... No, it wasn't even really an announcement, I don't think. They put out an update, and the story is continuing. So there will be at least another year of Fate Grand Order. And they've got a very good explanation for how they get around the fact that the game, like the Fate Grand Order's Part 2, has a true, legitimate ending that essentially ends your adventures, but Part 3 is still you on your adventures. But it's kind of weird how they're doing it. But considering it's a franchise that includes fighting across timelines being altered and other things, it's just like, yeah, like they can get away with it. They can do whatever they want. And it does kind of seem like they've done it specifically, like they're gonna like fix all the things they left hanging by doing that. Yet another lost belt. Well, see, that's what's kind of funny is that like I won't spoil how the Part 2 ends, okay? But it does wrap up everything in that regard. It leaves other questions unanswered. And it did a few things in the ending that were kind of like, at the time people were like, well, why couldn't we do this or save this character or do this? And the continuation has kind of sort of explained that. But essentially what's happened to the cast of Fate Grand Order is, not all of them, but quite a few of them have sort of more or less been transported into this moment that's kind of like a second before the turning of 2019 into 2020, I believe it was, right? But it's not turning over to 2020 for whatever reason. And the explanation is that there is a beast out there that is interfering with like the capacity for time to move on. So everybody that was brought in, who are characters who were involved in like the previous storyline, again, not all of them, but like most of them, have been brought back, and they're in there. They can vaguely remember who they were and the lives they were leading up to this point in the fixed timeline, but they don't. But they know. They also remember everything that happened more clearly in their otherwise adventures. So they all remember one another. They're all happy to see one another, and they're basically trying to. They've got like a year, quotation marks, to find out who the beast is, where they're hiding, and defeat them. A beast is interfering with the concept of calendars. It does kind of seem that way, and the implication is that like it seems like it's an open challenge to Caldeus to do it. What's really funny actually is that the Angel of Death is now a strategic administrator. Our administrative advisor. And if everything doesn't get fixed in a year, he's gonna like cut everyone's heads off. Azrael, the Angel of Death, is just kind of hanging out, just waiting for the opportunity to like cut everyone's heads off. Because they don't know which beast is responsible, and the circumstances that have brought Caldeus into it, one of the characters is also accused of being that beast, and so there's like the general implication that if it looks like they're not trying to actually solve this problem and they're just like stalling for time, he's gonna lob their heads off. Right, knows that death's a lot kinder and cruel than how death normally works. Azrael is honestly like, or already like cemented himself in the team as the administrative advisor, which was the role previously taken by Holmes. So basically, his job is to just sort of like help out with things while also like know what's going on and not explain anything to anybody. I can't keep fighting. I've got to withdraw. But yeah, so they've got a new event coming up in Japan's Fate Grand Order, which appears to be about flowers. So that's a bit of a tonal shift after everything else. And there we go. We actually have a bonus that involves only one enemy faction, but Dynazenon does plus 30% damage to kaiju controlled by kaiju users. So, yeah. Big numbers, no whammies. Well, plenty of whammies, actually. That'll be a lot of whammies, if I'm being honest. We'll be putting in as many whammies. But the important thing in all of that is that now we just need 3 more kills on Grid Knight, and the first part of like their special like thing that their secret that's tied to them is done, and then we'll only need to just like way later down the line do some other things. So yes, the Stranger Things fans desperately hoping that the ending was just like a joke and that a real ending was coming out soon. Like, while I wasn't following that, I was following, like, people, like, definitely coping about Fate Grand Order. The funny part is though, their coping turned out to be, like, it wasn't the way anyone thought it was gonna go. Like, there was nobody saying, oh, they're gonna do, like, a time lock scenario. Well, what they've done is interesting enough.
舐められたものだ。
怪獣から世界を守る。それが俺たちの使命だ。ナイトストーム。
Yeah, he did sort of. Gamma did sort of kill the kaiju club in a past life. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, so it's just the other thing I know about Stranger Things is just via like cultural osmosis. But I found it, and I was talking to Cool Guy and some other people about this when I was playing it. But I found it really funny that like Dead by Daylight has immediately, like, without even like waiting for the body to cool, like done another like sort of, you know, collaboration with the Stranger Things franchise. Because when it was first out, they did one with Stranger Things, and so the Demogorgon got put in the game, and so like those unfamiliar with Stranger Things somehow, because even though I've never seen an episode of it, I even sort of osmosed this information out of it. A lot of like the major sort of enemies that the cast face, they just give names from like monsters from Dungeons and Dragons, because, you know, like it's a good way to sort of give them catchy names, as well as sort of, you know, place them in the time, like the time setting for Stranger Things, the ages of the characters and things like that, the sort of the secret club nature of the young cast working together and things like that. And so the Demogorgon was the first one. And so when they had like an even bigger, more dangerous threat, they named it the Mind Flayer, because it sort of messed with people's heads and things, and I guess they decided, you know, that's a Mind Flayer, right? And then there's probably some other names that I'm not aware of, but the final villain of the story they named Vecna, after the powerful Lich from Dungeons and Dragons, whose body parts... Well, I say Lich, it's like a Demi-Lich or something now, isn't he? Or is he just a Lich? Actually, if he was a Demi-Lich, he'd just be a skull, wouldn't he? The head of Vecna is an item. That's the other kind of weird part, isn't it? Like, there's a lot of like magical artifacts and spells based on Vecna's body parts, as well. So, the thing is though, and this is, you know, some of you who are already familiar with Dead by Daylight might already be like, okay, he was a Lich, then a demigod, now a fairly powerful god, the head of Vecna is a hoax. Oh, okay, that's probably true then, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, I don't know, I'm not too up on that sort of thing. The actual items were the eye in hand. Okay. Well, I knew about the eye in the hand. And I knew about the eye in the hands primarily because I chortled to myself. Really? Is he out of range? Yeah, he's out of range, alright. Because, here's the funny part. Vecna is already in Dead by Daylight. Dungeons and Dragons Vecna is already in Dead by Daylight. So now they have two Vecnas in Dead by Daylight. Which is, to me, funny. Incredibly funny. The head of Vecna was a prank played on players who really should have known better. Hey, that's more Vecna than everyone deserves. Yeah, so there's two Vecnas in Dead by Daylight now, and that tickles me a lot. I love that so much.
当たらなければ OK。 ここまで
Ah, yes, the head of Vecna that was a prank.
ここから逆
Yeah, where it was like, it was a powerful artifact, and so they were tricked into chopping someone's head off and putting the head on. And then it didn't work, and they just killed someone over nothing.
イカズチクレバ
That's the only kind of thing that's funny in terms of like, this happened in a D&D game and not this happened in real life. You know? Like, yeah, we cut his head up and put this other head on because we thought it would make it more powerful. Would go a lot worse in terms of people like responding to it. I hear here. The head of Vecna thing does remind me of the stories about Shadowrun I used to hear. There used to be a site that like people could send in like all their party failures into. It wasn't just someone; it was the party's wizard who really should know better, and then the cleric who really should have been wiser. It does somewhat remind me of a Shadowrun story from that thing I was talking about there, where fuck it, lose morale on a battleship, who cares? And the reason why that, like, basically the Shadowrun site was basically just send me stories about your party, like, as a GM, your party just completely losing their brains and doing something that was really fucking stupid. And it's like, most of them was just like, this person joined the group and was like kind of a turd, and he kind of fucked everything up for everybody, so this is how he punished him kind of stories a lot of the time. Because everybody has at least one person they get at that. But there was one story that was so good, it has stuck with me for the rest of my life. And it was like, it was a moment when like an entire team of people, like an entire Shadowrun team, all the players collectively like downgraded their brains to one brain cell and then like set it down and no one picked it up to use it. And what was so funny about this is it's like they're infiltrating. They decide they're going to infiltrate like like an oil refinery or something like that. I think it was. And they decide the best way to get into it, obviously, is because it's either an oil refinery or an oil storage place or something like that. But it's based at some docks at the water. So they do like an underwater entry, and they come up in through one of the pipes, right? And their plan is to basically come in through the pipes and cut their way out of the pipe to infiltrate this facility. Once they're far enough in, past the fences and everything, and then they'll go and do their thing. And they do it. They make sure the pipe's not running at this time. They go in at a time when security is low. They've got everything mapped out. The routes, the timing, everything is perfect. They get in there. They pull out their heat cutter, their blowtorch thing. They can use through the pipe, and the GM says to them, it's, you know, like, you can't get it to light. It's covered in oil. And one of the other characters goes, don't worry, I have a rag here. I brought it just in case this happened. They wipe it all off and ignite it and blow themselves up because they're in a fucking oil pipe. Like, this was a team of about 4 or 5 people who somehow, at no point whatsoever, did any of them think, wait a minute. Oh no! The DM was very clear with them. The DM let them like do what they wanted. He did not interfere. He let them go through with the plan. And just as they were about to blow themselves the fuck up at the final bit, he gave them the last warning. You can't light it at the moment because it's covered in oil. Because you've crawled up an oil pipe. And they went, no worries, I planned for this. And wipe it off and light it up. And it was just like, the DM has literally done everything they can. And when this has happened, like, everybody at the table apparently just kind of just leans back and just goes, what were we doing? No, it's not the DM's fault at all. That's why I love the story so much. It wasn't a case of, like, the DM was being a prick. This was a team, this was a table group that had been together for years. They knew how to play the game. They were playing the game in a very tactical and very clever manner. It was just one small detail had completely sailed over their heads in their excitement, and the DM could have just as easily not figured it out. But at the same time, like the DM figured it out and went, you know what? They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. I'm sure of it. They'll get there. Like, what could possibly go wrong here? Like, I'm sure they've got it. They didn't got it. They never had it. they done doed it, and they done doed it stupid, and it was great. That's not as wild as the motorcycle that ended San Francisco, but it's a bit funnier. God, I feel like I might have heard that one too. But the it's been like decades since I read this story, so like that one, like since I read the site, that story has stuck with me forever, and has always been in my head a lesson in that, like, always sort of just like try not to get caught up in the moment of everybody just like making an idea work, and always just kind of take a moment to step back and go, okay, so where's the flaw? Where is the flaw in this plan? It's just... And a lot of... Yeah. A lot of it came together because they had just been people who had worked together and worked so well together. But it was just... really was just a case of, unfortunately, yeah, you've basically outsmarted yourself. Oh dear. Yeah, nobody is immune to like a blind spot in their thinking. It is incredibly rare when an entire group of people don't notice a blind spot, but it happens, and that's how disasters occur. And history is actually full of a lot of moments like this, where if one person out of a large group of people had just sort of noticed something wasn't quite right with the plan, it probably would have avoided disaster. There's even cases where, like, one person has noticed this and nobody's paid any attention to that person, and then that's why it's gone bad. So, like, you know, like, can't win them all. Perhaps you kill Kaiju?
ネゴシエーターとしての仕事とは程遠いな。ビッグオー、アクション。
Yeah. So if you only ever learn one lesson from like tabletop video games, I feel like that Shadowrun lesson is the best lesson you could ever learn. You know, especially since what's the worst thing that happened? Well, they had to start a new campaign because all of their characters died. You know, that's just how it is. You know. We should all be so lucky that our catastrophic poor decisions only happen in a fictional universe, you know? Finish the preliminary versions of the emotes and post them in Discord. Good. I'm gonna keep shooting this guy. I'm gonna like hold tab for a second here. Oh god. Those are some pretty good emotes. We're definitely gonna get lots of use out of those. Yeah, well, there's no rush. You do them until you're ready. I have a similar weird situation where it constantly surprises me that programmers are so arrogant as a general rule or meme. Most common revelation programmers ever have is that they are the dumbest person on the planet because they've been staring at the code for hours, and when they finally find the issue, it's the simplest mistake. Yeah. I don't know what to say with a lot of. Thankfully, the only programmers I know are like you, Soul. You know, I'm gonna fucking bop this guy with Koji. I have no choice but to acknowledge their strength! See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. And so I won't be ya. Idiot. Anyway, we're Mikyo Shishioing now, so...
流派東方腐敗の名にかけて行くぞ流派東方腐敗の名のもとに俺のこの手が真っ赤に燃える勝利をつかめとただらき叫ぶ
Too bad we're not getting the, like, the plus 30% extra credits from this mission.
ゴッドフィンガーゼキャー天狂系
戦力の要を潰してやるわよ。風に散ってちょうだい。
Hades just so full of bones.
そんな攻撃など
A little embarrassing.
そこは俺の距離でもある。行け、光の嵐を。
今のは骨身に染みたわ。
私もやります。
とどめだ。あれをやるぞ。
Yeah, think about it. Of the Shadowrun video games, like the ones that got brought out in more recent times, quotation marks, the RPG ones, man, I don't want to beat the first one. I really love the ending of the first one. I just, you know, so many, like, you know, so many, like, endings, just, they might get the final bits right, the final fight might be good, but you really just need that, like, final bit at the ending to really wrap it all up in a bow. That's one of those games that actually did it really, really well by basically having the entire, like, point of the game finally just wrapped up with that final incentive at the end. And in, like, the most hilariously in-character-y kind of way, just sort of does it like that. Like, I don't want to spoil it, even though it's, like, a game everybody's probably, like, familiar with. But in my brain, I'm like, I really should play like the other ones because I feel like I bought them, but then just like never got around to it. Probably got them like really cheap on sale, and I probably have them. And the emotes should be good. Okay, well, I point over at Cool Guy. This is your problem now. Cool Guy, release the yays upon these people. I command it. I demand it. I will allow the peasants to mock me endlessly with yays. Yay. Ah, curse you! Curse you all! Yeah, and just 2 more kills, and then Grid Knight can ace bonus, which would be nice. Man, he just really sitting back in the distance and not trying at all, huh? Holy shit, did an enemy actually die when you killed him? People die when they're killed. I don't know what to tell you. If I get any more silly emote ideas, I'll let you know. Yeah. People have like said to me that I should turn emotes on for IKEA, but like I feel like I'd have to go through like the Twitch rigmarole to sort of like more properly partner myself up. Isn't this still a simulation? Yeah, it's still a simulation. This isn't. Yeah, we're doing the simulation thing solely for one reason, and that one reason will become very apparent shortly. Don't worry, we're getting to the reason. People die when their simulation is killed, but he's a ghost, so he'll be back. I'm kind of annoyed Bittles decided to like fucking corner camp though. It's like he's playing dwarves in Total War Warhammer 3. Dude has just like put himself in the corner. Thank you, Tetsuya. Alright, it's time to start carving some strips off of this absolute fuck knuckle. There is no way anyone is ever going to fear you, man. Your name is Tool. It's just not happening. It's nice enough that some of our pilots are high level enough to not need mirrored through their finances so they can hit harder. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm still gonna do it, cause like... I'm just yeah. We're gonna make use of her soon. It's fine. Gotta do it over here.
Shotaro, maximum だ。
やろうぜ相棒。
これがダブルの
必殺技だ。
And yeah, we could buff the AA thing up to do some funny things too.
とどめだ。
ウォーターエクストリーム。しばらくミスをしたもんだ。 やりやがったなてめえ。悪あがきもここまでだ。
すばしっこさには自信ありだ。
She is a bit far away though. I suppose the real question is do we have charge at all? I don't think we have charge, so she wouldn't really be able to do it anyway, sadly. So instead... So it's not enough, but that's okay because that's why we brought these two. Unless we've used rush strategy already, we should have that in the tech. Well, yeah, but the battleship has already done his thing, so he can't. I don't think he can rush strategy now. He's already had his turn. Because I had originally not intended to do that. I might have got mentioned. I thought actually that sounds kind of funny, but if I can't do it, then it's like that's fine. I will revert back to my original plan, which was getting more kills for Jet Jacker.
スピードでごまかそうが無駄なんだよ。派手に行こうぜ。見えているんだよ。
Man, he will still survive. I don't know who that's more of an insult to say something like that to him. Just like, Rufei. Really? He is?
Gundam, 撃ってやるよ。逃がしゃしねえんだよ。ゼロシステムの予測範囲内の攻撃だ。
強敵のデータはとても参考になります。敵の動きを止めます。
What does he mean when he says, I'm gonna sell me that Gundam? He's gonna capture the Gundam and he's gonna sell it. That's basically it. He's very money driven. Not interested in putting my life on the line just yet. I'm out of here. There we go. One more kill and Jet Jaguar will attain true power. All hostiles have been neutralized. Well, she was right. That was rather exciting. I'm just as excited for our reward. I think everyone should be very excited for the reward for this one. Well done. Expected no less from you given all the talk about Wise Next. I'm honored to hear it. In addition to the rewards I promised, we'll give you a part we developed here at the Institute. And for this one we get the School of Master Asia Scroll. Where did you get that? Why, thank you. We'd be glad to put it to use. Oh, and that's not all I had for you. Hey, if you've got more to give, then keep it coming. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to have kept you waiting! Huh? I'm assigning this man to the A Advent. He'll help support your future exploits. I look forward to working under you, Representative Echika. Yes, quite. Look on the bright side, Representative. Make our battles a lot more exciting. I can only hope so. Now to celebrate the start of my grand voyage, everyone, say it with me! Okay. A Advent fight, ready, go! So yes, Stalker has joined us as a supporter. He's on the assist crew. And he has a pretty fucking crazy, he has a pretty fucking crazy thing, which we're gonna put him in the team,
お待ちしておりました。
right now, because obviously we got the factory leveled up to full, and as nice as their bonus is, we're gonna put Stalker in instead. So Stalker is, basically, when he activates, everybody gets morale. Not just you, not just ally units that you don't control, everybody gets hyped up by Ready Go. And so, Ready Go is his power.
お待ちしておりました。
Everybody just fucking starts beating the piss out of each other even harder. It's great.
こ
Oh,
れか
right.
らの戦いのために万全の準備を。
Hey, look, we said he was the hype man. He ain't kidding. All right, there we go. Plus 30 credits from destroying enemies. That is good. That will help us buy literally everything in the universe now.
これからの
Now let's
戦
take a
いの
look at
ため
that
に
part.
万
Eh?
全の準備を。
What is the scroll of Master Asia? At 110 morale, higher morale increases all weapons attack power by increments of 100. So who do we want to give that to? Is there someone here who has like a spare slot who might enjoy an absolutely insane hoisting of their morale? Shin. I mean, yeah, it kinda is thematic for Shin to get it. And rather than give him a slight crit boost, I feel like giving him the School of Master Asia scroll is actually a lot funnier. That is true. I'm glad you suggested that.
カ
Also,
スタマイズを始めましょ
now
う
I。gotta give the crit thing to somebody else. Also, I might just need it to duo. Hold on a second, let me just sort it. Oh, I didn't even remember I had an energy tank. Feels like I got a few more things here now that I could be equipping to people.
お待ちしてお
I'll
り
think
ました。
about where I want to put all that other stuff later, though. That's fine. Mech upgrades. We didn't get as much money this time because they weren't really worth that much. But we're only upgrading like these funny bunnies anyway. So, which is of course, if we remember the previous game, just a part slot for Chitose and Sei. Is it gonna be enough? Just enough. There we go.
お待ちしておりました。
Alright. Gonna save our game. So that's it for the little tactical thingies. I think. Yes. So we don't have to do any more of those for a little while. Oh, we do have some DLC things to do as well as a few side missions to do. So the first one we're going to do is the Melody of Battle. I was told this one's a hard one. Yeah, we're flat broke. We should do Countdown to Bankruptcy now, but we won't. In response to the threat against Valkyrie's concert, Kid and his friends burn with determination. So we apparently gotta do a defend the area thing for this one. So this will be fun. Good job on the rehearsal, y'all. That was a great song, Freya. I'm glad you were listening. Thanks, kid. We brought you something. Take it, if you like. You don't have to bring us so many gifts, J9. Hey, it's cool. But to see how hard you work, I just have to cheer you on. Bowie is so hooked on Valkyrie, he uses your songs as his driving soundtrack. My, now that's flattering. Whoa, this gift basket is full of things I've never even seen before. It's a few souvenirs from West J Ward, a little something to soothe your throats. Really thought of everything, J9. First I thought you were all kinda scary, but you're not scary at all. As long as you're not a villain, we're as sweet as cherry pie. Yeah, we get a boost of courage from Valkyrie every once in a while. At this point, I have to ask, were you a member of the Raiders, kid? It got me. Well, it's not like it's some big secret. The Raiders? Kid here used to be the guitarist of an indie band. That's so cool! Can you still play? I can still manage a bit. I actually watched the Raiders perform live on that show featuring promising Earth bands. That's some rare footage you caught. I didn't even know that gig was recorded. Have you ever considered performing again? That double-necked guitar of yours was really distinctive. That was ages ago. I'm in a different line of work now. That's a shame. Thanks. That's nice of you to say. Well, we don't want to get in the way of the main performance. We'll be off now. We're looking forward to the concert. I'm gonna chew my lungs out. Yeah, you just don't see the old double neck anymore, do you? I mean, fairly impractical. Fascinating. I've never felt my heart palpitate like that during a rehearsal before. Thank you for your support, Philly. I was wondering how Makino was gonna, like, blenderize his name. Peak performance is our baseline. Sorry for crashing every show. My partner is completely hooked on Valkyrie. I don't mind. Saying how happy Philly is fires us up even more. Philip, how about doing a duet with me? Is that allowed? Of course, I'd love to. No, Ray. Philip already has shorter arm. Running into 2 Valkyrie members like this? This must be my lucky day. Roger, are you interested in Valkyrie? I don't mind venturing into the glamorous world of show business every now and then. If that's true, try switching your all black look for something colorful. My attire I won't compromise on. It's a matter of principle. Yeah, I've already given up on Roji. What about you, Doro? I've only brought black clothes with me. Why don't you just buy some new outfits? I can't. Blame Roger's terrible taste. Hold on, I can't let that slide, Aunt Dorothy. For true ladies and gentlemen, wearing black is the hallmark of fashion. Valkyrie members wear colorful, sparkly clothes. Are you saying they're not true ladies? Well, that's... The negotiator is speechless. Let's go shopping together sometime, Doro. Roger wouldn't allow that. A woman's fashion cannot be constrained by anyone. Go on, Dorothy. Something tells me I'm not going to win this argument. There you go, Doro. From here on, no men allowed. It's a ladies-only experience. Thank you, Makino. Reina. I'd appreciate it if you take this opportunity to teach her how to sing and play the piano while you're at it. We've got an emergency! Everyone, gather up backstage! What's the matter, Hayate? You look upset. We just received a threatening letter addressed to Valkyrie. What? I sense danger. In short, they're going to attack the venue if you don't cancel the concert? Yeah. This is terrible. Everyone's been looking forward to our show. But if we try to perform anyway, we could put our fans in danger. That's a rotten thing to do. We just want to enjoy good music. Can't forgive whoever's trying to sabotage the concert. What did Mirin say? She says she'll respect our decision. She's talking to Representative Echika right now. I see. This was supposed to be a charity concert for a colony in the rougher regions of space. It was also intended to give the citizens a morale boost, something they could use right now. If we call it off, can't sing for the people trying to hold on to hope during these hard times. It'll be no different from letting terrorists win. We can't put our fans in harm's way. What are we supposed to do? We'll keep them safe. Huh? As long as fans can safely attend the concert, nothing else matters, right? Ha! Easy peasy. We'll take down anyone acting suspiciously. The terrorists could strike from anywhere. Oh, no need to worry. Villains of this sort are easy to predict. Are we on the same page, Isaac? We're not running a charity. I can't in good conscience accept payment from ladies holding a charity concert. Isaac, could you please just spell out the point? This is a special occasion. The Cosmo Rangers J9 will guard the concert venue, free of charge. Can we take you at your word, J9? Once we give our word, we never go back on it. Then we will show our fans that Valkyrie will never surrender to threats. We're all going to pitch in. We can't let J9 handle everything. They'll leave the perimeter security to us. I'll do everything in my power to ensure the venue's safety. If that's the case, I'll let Mirin, Captain Arad, and Representative Echika know that the Valkyrie concert will proceed as scheduled. Let's all do it together. Well, we said that in the heat of the moment, but what exactly are we gonna do, guys? Getting cold feet, Bowie? No, but you know, keeping everyone safe from an enemy who could attack from anywhere? That's a tall order. True. Right now, this could be an impossible task. Emphasis on right now. What do you mean, Omachi? Doc Edmund just informed me that a certain something has just had its mods finished. So in other words... Poncho! Right here! You know I've always got your back, Isaac? You already know the situation. Head to the designated location and retrieve it. Yes, sirree! Always ready to give it my all for my good friends in J9! I'm counting on you. The outcome of this battle depends on it. Yeah, Poncho just kind of fucking popped up. Poncho just like appears out from under Isaac's cape. The melody of battle. The melody of battle. Yes, who could be threatening Walkure? Well, I guess we'll find out, because we're going to be deploying as per usual, and we basically just get to pick wherever we want, so I'm gonna pick these two. Alright! Well, seems like we've got quite a collection of people we can field. Actually, a very large collection of people we can field. Sadly, these three don't really do that well in space, so I'm going to leave them off. Hayate really does need to join. It's kind of his job. And Selena hasn't really gotten to do much, and neither has Kira, so I'll bring those two along as well. The one threatening Valkyrie is Bogue wearing a fake mustache. I'm not Bogue. I am Bogue Incognito. Has the concert started? If so, then our perpetrators could strike at any moment. Speak of the devil, a whole group of them just showed up. It's the gold golems, huh? With support. I thought we were dealing with simple terrorists. They brought an entire platoon of golems with them. Not even a well-funded private military corporation could procure that many. It can only mean one thing. That man is involved in this incident. The preacher of evil. Alf Court Campall. I had forgotten his name was Alf. I can't afford to let our guard down for a second. More pumped up than usual, kid. You bet. I know darn well how important this concert is. Looks like these terrorists have lit a fire in it. The target is the colony where Walkure is performing. Wise Snakes, intercept the golems and prevent any breach on the defense line. Let's do this. Who will protect Walkure? That's the defensive line. Bingo's lack of mobility in space will make it a challenging endeavor. Bowie, careful not to rush too far ahead. Gotcha. Today we're on defense duty, after all. Everyone move out. Don't let a single enemy approach the colony. Walkure is singing. I wouldn't let anyone get in their way. Yeah, so, more so than usual, the line is a little fucking short today. And the enemy are beefy, so we're not gonna pull our punches today. My suspicion was that the enemy would generally not be attacking, so we need to basically make sure we focus fire anyone who's in movement range of the line. Which shouldn't be too hard. I think everybody here is pretty effective at that sort of thing. Good job of myself. You truly are the greatest hero I've ever known. Me. Alright, let's see how they approach. Okay. But yes, as you can see, they do not attack. So we are just going to have to hit them with everything we've got. Repeatedly. Until they die. Yeah, they're all kind of like, not just like beelining, they're kind of wibbly wobbling. Which I suppose is okay. You know, I can't complain too much if they're not like all beelining straight ahead for the target. Alright. Well, only one thing to do at this point. So that guy can't get in. That guy can't get in. So there's only really one person who can really get in right now. I mean, we still gotta kill all of them, so it doesn't really matter, but... Unless the player Unga and our Bunga to maximum effect.
合体合流ダイナミックス 必勝大火炎レックスロー
It's a good start.
おお、先輩たちまた勝っとる。
jeez. Eh.
勝利を目指して戦います。水の中でも宇宙でも突撃します。
It was me. I'm sorry, it was me. This is not a good place to park the ship. Alright. No, Linus, don't calm down. Unleash the bonkle. Yeah, it's not full Unga Bunga, it's full bonkle. We have to go full bonkle here, nothing else. Thank you, Dubba, for going full bonkle. I definitely, like, when he started to transform, I was like, oh, this is his dynamic kill, he crit. If only the Bungaloo were here, he would bunkle all the tonkles right in the smonkle. And then he'd, like, lose the role of protagonist mech to, like, a different machine. Much like Tunbuck.
サンダーボンバー。
この程度ならかわすまでもね。避け損なった言い訳はやめておけ。
No. Never.
今よしょ突っ込め。
よし行くぞ。確実に当てるぞ。もらった。
マジックボールへのパワーを受けてみやがれ。これでも食らえ。ファイヤーブラスター。
Everyone's already really excited to start, like, hurting the enemy. It's good to see, actually. Just call it the Chesto Bresto, it's fine. We're gonna smoke him if we got him. We got this on the smoke.
貴様ら全員地獄へ送ってやるぜ。イカズチが敵を撃つ。必殺パワーサンダーブレイク。俺とグレートに敗北はない。
Well, they're gonna make it so easy for us, we might as well just keep surging up.
行くぞライディン。
連動光線ゴーッドアルファライ。
I was forewarned a little that this mission was going to be kind of tough, so I've taken a lot of good heavy hitters with me on this one. Normally I would be a bit more judicious and like on a DLC mission because I knew I wouldn't have any secret requirements to make, so I'd bring in all like the funny little silly people. But since we're going to make sure we're actually doing damage, I decided to bring in all the people that hit like, you know, gold golems. Throw it in your house. Throw it at your house, not mine. Don't throw it at my house. Please, stop. Please. Please, I beg of you. My house can't handle that much gold.
俺たちの全力をぶつけてやる。ブラウンライトウェイ。
Ruka's house rises up from the ashes and throws itself at a colony. It's like the end of Iron Giant. My house is just flying towards the colony. Goes, Superman. I just stood throwing colony instead. No! My house. Why couldn't it be Cool Guy's house? Alright, so we wanna get over here and start getting in these guys' ways.
俺も世界も変わったんだ。叩き切ってやる。
There goes Darwin again.
逃がすものか。
Genuinely surprised they didn't drop a colony on Darwin. Darwin is like the most long-suffering city in Australia. I think in terms of like Australia's history, I think it's the only town that's been wiped off the map twice. Not like completely wiped off the map, but basically like massive rebuilding works have had to be done for it. The first time was in World War II. Not often talked about in history because the information about it happening at the time was suppressed so that people wouldn't freak out. But the Japanese like bombed it way more than they did Pearl Harbor. They put poor old Darwin, Australia's probably one of its like more northernmost cities, through absolute fucking agony. And then, you know, so like after the war, you know, it was rebuilt, and then a few decades later, a cyclone of catastrophic levels hit it and just like leveled everything. Like, I don't think there's been an instance in like Australian history where any city has like suffered as much damage as Darwin once, let alone the twice that Darwin has sustained. Darwin's not a huge city, of course, but damn, insert survival of the fittest joke here, interpret however you like. Darwin just rebuilt different, I guess. Okay. Port Darwin also got attacked by IJN mini-subs on the mistaken belief that the battleship HMS Warspite was there. Warspite was shelling French troops in Madagascar at the time. Huh. I don't understand most of that.
ゼロの予測通りだ。
遅い。
Does Darwin survive the colony drop? Well, you see, the colony drop actually lands on Sydney. So yeah, like directly on Sydney. It's a pretty serious moment in Gundam history, you know. Serious by like only I seem to care about it. But that one somehow still gets destroyed. Well, I mean, that one, like, if you look at the indent of where it landed, like, as I say to people, like, technically the colony didn't land on my house. However, the impact crater left behind, the ocean's flooding in on for Australia, that big chunk taken out of it, I am almost certain, like, that's large enough that my house is collected in the midst of that. That's why I sort of make the joke. Like, it wouldn't be the actual colony landing on Sydney that would destroy my house, because I don't live in Sydney. But it certainly would be a significantly sized explosion. Music is something else. Really charges up your heart, doesn't it? But kid, Valkyria's music is kind of different from your usual style, right? Hey, labels are stupid when it comes to music that stirs the soul, especially in Valkyria's case. You've got that right. Right now, we're bringing hope to the people of the colony through their music. We won't let that hope be taken away. We'll protect Valkyria until the very end. So, actually, this kind of leads me into a sort of a funny rabbit hole of my childhood. That discussion they just had there. I watch a YouTuber who produces stuff by the name of Grimbee. Grimbeard! I'm sorry, I started to go off on a wrong tangent in my brain and immediately got the name wrong. Grimbeard. And they do some pretty cool stuff. They just describe themselves as a goth with lots of goth interests and everything like that. And they're the goth gaming channel. Lots of really good video essays about games old and new that I quite like. And I find his work quite fun. So like, you could do worse than listening to something like that. He did an AMA recently, which I found really kind of funny on a personal level for me, because he writes music as well, so he gets a lot of questions about his music. And Goth Gamer Nation, sorry, yeah, Goth Gamer Nation is what he refers to it as. Ostrogoth or Visigoth. And so it was really funny because like he'd get a lot of questions about music and this and that and stuff relating to music, and so he related sort of what got him more into sort of like the music genre that he enjoys. And the funny thing, the reason why it was funny to me is he started listing off a bunch of different musical groups and songs and everything, and I was sitting back in my chair going, wait a minute, that's all the stuff I enjoyed when I was growing up. And I've just had this moment sitting there in my chair and I was like, wait, was I goth? My musical tastes certainly were, apparently. It was just kind of funny to me personally, just being like, yeah, I remember that. That was a good song. Oh yeah, I remember them. They were great. And I'm just like, wait a minute, I'm doing this to everything he's listing, Dilly, like from that time period. Hold on a second. Oh dear. Quick, what color is your nail polish? Black. Fuck! We're making progress. At this rate, we might pull this off without incident. Hold on. I've got more uninvited guests coming from a different direction. Well, as long as they don't touch the line, it's okay. More of them? This is bad. They're too close to the colony. Just have to give them the welcome they deserve. Show them what you've got, Bowie. Right on. Those jerks aren't holding anything back. Why aren't J9 fighting back? If they move recklessly, the stray shot could hit the colony. They're acting as a shield. Darn it! An opportunity will arise. Hold fast for the time being. This is getting a little rough. Putting on a brave face, but we're gonna hit our limits soon. Don't give up yet. What's this? It's a song. Valkyrie's song. Ouch! This is getting a little too hot. Don't you move, Bowie. If you call yourself a man, don't show them your back. I hear ya. I'd rather die on my feet than kneel and see Freya cry. Hearts are in the right place. Prager can only take so much punishment. Keep holding on, everyone. Just a little longer. Sorry to keep you waiting, good friends. You're late, Poncho. All units, provide cover for Poncho's shuttle. Now, Poncho, get over here. Gosh, you J9 folks certainly like to boss people around. I thought I was a goner. Quit whining and give us a hand, Poncho. Aye. Heck yeah. Let's all set up and ready to roll, Isaac. Do it, kid. Leave it to me. I won't miss this shot.
お遊びは終わりだ。
お待たせでゲスブライカのお待たせでゲス。
待ってました。覚悟。ブライカのショット。
Oh, fucking Jesus. What the? Ah! I got yayed in the worst way. Yeah! Just a little payback. Keep the change. And that's why they call him Blaster Kid. Holy crap! With a single shot? Hell yeah, J9! Thought we could catch them off guard. I can't believe they turned it around with a single shot! I warned you. The plan was fundamentally flawed from its conception. It's you! Despite my efforts to provide you with golems, you still managed to botch it. To achieve your objective, you must be relentless. Focus your hatred and unleash it in a single devastating wave. Is this all your destructive impulses amount to? Don't you despise those attention-seeking performers that everyone fawns over? Yeah! I want to blow up Valkyrie and the entire colony in one massive firework! Yes, good, good. Such a feeble-minded individual, you're delightfully entertaining. You see, I also find those who peddle false hope to humanity to be utterly insufferable. So what am I supposed to do? What else? Exert every ounce of your strength. Don't hold anything back. Make it spectacular. Spectacular. Indeed. Something let out whatever lies in your heart. I hate them. I hate those glittering little... I eagerly await the sublime harmony you will create. I will do it. I will do it! Whoa, what? Okay, this is a little much. You wanna calm down a little? That must be their main force. I'm surprised the terrorist would be dumb enough to show his face here. So be it. Let us return to our position. I mean, with how many lenses Offcourt has. Yeah, he's kind of got like one lens for each of his weird like little goggle lenses as well. So I don't know what's going on with that. If that's the culprit, then let's give them hell and finish this. That's the plan. Mastermind behind the attack is in that shuttle. Dispose of their forces and move in to capture them. Got it. Let's give them what they deserve. Well, we are still defending the line, by the way. We're just defending the line against a lot more bullshit. What in the hell is going on here? That is too many everythings. You all need to, like, immediately calm down. Just send in writing. Oh, believe me, I will. But yeah, so that is the new attack that we get for Brygar, the Brygar cannons, the Bry cannons. Interestingly enough, the one sort of weapon set that they don't teleport in, this one is one that they you know what? No, I'll do it next turn. Oh, no, it's fine. I'll do it next turn. I'm having a thought of doing something funny, but we'll do it next turn. I wonder how many, like... I just wonder how many enemies will actually attack us and how many enemies will actually rush at us. I guess we'll find out. Brygar Cannon is the reason I spam assist Trick. Trick is definitely going to come in handy for this mission, I think. Because I kind of removed the guys that would replenish all of our energy from the team. Oh. Ads. I ain't worried. Who's worried? Not me. I ain't worried at all. I ain't even know how to be worried. Being worried, me, won't be worried. Worried. Yeah, Nika restores like a single targeting hit, which is nice. And also, I think anyone in range of the A Advent is going to get their energy replenished as well, because I'm pretty sure we did get that upgrade before. Because apparently the reason why, like someone was saying on the Sonic Golem forums, that apparently the reason why the rank kind of exploded up the way it did was apparently it just wasn't meant to fill up as slowly as it was doing, and so when they like dropped the DLC, they dropped a patch for it and it fixed everything up. And that's just why everything took off like a rocket. Straight line? No thanks. Wibbly line for me. Again, not complaining. I love it when the enemy doesn't go in a straight line. It makes me feel so much happier. Yep, so they're not attacking back either. Okay. Interesting. Oh no, there we go. Okay, I was really wondering, actually. Because some enemies, sometimes when they do these, some of the enemies attack and some of them don't. That's fine.
無人機かならば遠慮はなしだバスターランチャーエネルギーイン
Oh yeah, it definitely felt like an overcorrection. Like we went from like the lowest rank to like the highest rank, and I was just kind of like, I feel like that's like still too much. I genuinely felt like the way it worked before was fine because I got to S rank still well in advance of everything else. So like having a period where it was slower at the beginning until we got more units, that still felt fine. So like yeah, it was really weird to me that they thought that was not enough. Yay! Yabba dabba doo. Okay, so it's fairly safe to say that half of the V Luminuses that are deploying right now are gonna fight back, which is fine. That's fine, Camille, it happens. Don't worry, I have a plan. Sheesh. Some of them you can take a hit. No, maybe they all do fight. Oh well, who knows? Feels like these guys are a good counter to the Zeta, because the Zeta hasn't like... Is your plan ramming Camille into the enemy? No. My plan is pretty simple, actually. And you'll all see what my plan is at the beginning of the next turn, because it would be a waste to do it now. Okay, so the biosensor is up, that's good. Now he'll take less damage. Now do his damn job like I pay him, for fuck's sake. Boy, do your damn job.
いけるはずだインファンネルとどめだ予測の範囲内か
Sheesh. We're not out of the woods yet. We're well in the woods, actually. Zeta's barrier that was tied to biosensor in previous games as a separate unlock in Y. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't we haven't really completed Camille's story arc even remotely yet. So Alright. Amy wants to turn this into a thing then? And Fed Fight, go. You better believe I was gonna get silly with that attack. Hey, look! If the fucking shot hits, fire it, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like that map attack is actually gonna hit multiple targets. Do need to take care of these guys, and that guy actually has, well, truth be told, I'm not really that worried about that guy. I have to take that guy out first, though. I know how to do that. It's not gonna do it. Oh, they did line themselves up for Dumbo, yeah. I'm just mostly worried about the big guy there, so... I want Dumbo to sort of use those attacks on this guy, because I'm really worried about him breaking through to the other side. Not much. Yeah, statistically speaking, it probably wouldn't be 100. Probably be a little less than that. Fuck it.
命は空を支える力だってそれを分かれ遊びでやってんじゃないんだよ
I know he's gonna get targeted later anyway, it always happens. Not bad though. Interesting they got their hands on some luminous though.
当たりはしない
I guess the evil villain can probably acquire.
影から援護
Oh, Alf can probably acquire quite a few things.
超人間ガチリン昇竜行けイカズチクーラもうちょい右見えたぶち抜け
Bye. Okay. So need to take care of this guy. Which I think we can do with the power of maybe the Thunder Bomber critting. Maybe.
真正面から叩くのが手っ取り早いあれをやるぞカムイバック
Sure, I could have guaranteed that, but you know what? I like leaving things a chance. I think we all do. And even if it doesn't happen, Jet Jaguar can love tap him to death and maybe get an ace. No, didn't quite do it. Worth it to hear the Get a Rock song anyway. Still waiting for news on the next DLC. I really want to see Get a Noir. I want to see that big, ridiculous machine. Give it to me.
そう簡単にやられてたまるか
皆さんを守るためシノゴの言ってはいられません。少し荒っぽい手でいきます。それ
Bye. At 170 morale activates the Zeal, Excel, Fortune Gain, Bullseye, Flash, and Soul Spirits once per map. Huh? We need to invest a morale break into Jet Jaguar, I think, because he can't actually legally reach that level right now. And I feel like that's something we should probably invest in him being able to do. Hold on a second here. There we go. Might as well just like hit as many people as possible, and if I can hit as many people as possible. Then again, I'll hit these guys instead, so that's not too bad. Guess we'll do it like that. Want to hit the boss more than I want to hit the other golem there. Father, I require more morale. Well, I guess we're going to be spending money on Jet Jaguar getting 107 morale.
タラント戦術統合ミサイル発射
マーブ個別に目標
We
に
need to break that boy's limits. where it's sort of directly in the way.
無人機か。ならば遠慮はなしだ。味方の退避を確認。やるぞ。
Pick the limits of Chitchaka. Use your whaling gun against anything but whales.
捕らえた。やってみせる。
Yeah, we'll get some morale lifters on him. I mean, letting him do even more damage is like feels like a bit of a no-brainer anyway.
こっちも必死なんだ。
Still, if you're looking to hold the line and shoot as many people as inhumanly possible, you could do a lot less, you know, a lot worse than the guy who has press.
目立ちたがり屋っていう悪い癖もあってね。
This is why I kind of didn't want him to have to do a map attack, because I find his, even in this target-rich environment, his single shot is so devastating at such range. And, you know, if he kills one, he gets a second one. So it's like... Yeah, it's an EN hog, but... Helgheim does regenerate, and he does have some decent low EN cost melee attack, so... You know, this is my rationale. And you can always maybe sort of remember to support him. Well, yeah, I mean, we have some people that can restore his EN. We could have some people standing next to him if we really wanted to, but like, in this economy, are you crazy?
なあ、先回りして叩くぞ。そこか。 覚悟を決めろ。闇を切り裂け。
Like, this side of the battlefield here, not entirely worried about. At least until all my dudes run out of energy, in which case then I start to worry. The only trick with Mira is she is quite an expensive thing that ignores the economy. I think I've got somebody else who has trick on them that's a lot cheaper. I just thought I would let Tetsuya and Koji alternate their murdering, so that they both get kills. The way those things explode is very, like, when hit with the fire blaster, is just very strange. It's almost like they pop from the inside. Which is concerning, to say the least. Stop, get erased doing things, man. Stop doing things, it's disturbing. You're making everyone uncomfortable with your doing things, get erased. Why are you doing it? Get erased, just lean in and whisper in your ear. Skill issue. Alright then. Guess Combatler doesn't have to do one of its big attacks this time, huh? Rude. Yeah, we found the weak spot. It was its face. And its family. See, these guys are a priority problem because they support defend. So you gotta chew them out. Hey, we just got a trick for them. That's a few free EN spins. Speaking of which, do we have anybody in this team that can do trick? Hell yeah, we do. Excellent. And we're just gonna trick them. We're gonna trick them out with the bright cannon for a little bit. Even though I put my guitar down for a while, hearing this soul-stirring music gives me an itch to pick it back up again. What do you say, kid? This could be your chance to get back on stage. Nah, no way. Spotlights aren't for me. The flashing lights I'm comfortable with are the ones from a gun's muzzle. Ah, too bad. I would have loved to see that side of you, kid. Fine the way I am. This line of work isn't so bad either. I feel like I'm gonna have to go in and make sure that the music is Brygar music, because it sounds like it's just sort of set this sort of the song. Also, I guess this is why they didn't make Poncho a supporter, because he's actually an important part of deploying the fuck-off cannon.
Yay!
Never ready for that. When they first started all sort of flashing to appear, I was like, oh no, we're getting a yay, aren't we? And we did. They yayed us. So, this guy over here is more of a problem. So I can go to this guy. Chisei is a supporter and a super important part of Team Galma. Yeah, but they don't make Chisei deploy anything to it. Chisei's not like driving a van that like gives them the penetrator gun or anything. So she can support and be part of the team, right? I will say, hello to the new user whose very first thing they ever said in chat was just yay when all this went down. That inflicted psychic damage on me I'll never recover from, but I appreciate it. I thought it was funny. That was definitely the hardest blow to the back of the head I've ever experienced. Back when it happened, and I was just like, I can't deal with this right now. That's like a battle. Yeah, cool guy doesn't get to see me suffer nearly enough, so he's gonna enjoy that one.
水鏡のごとくでね
Start laying out the EN boosters soon. What else we got to hit this guy with? I guess this.
みんな頑張ってるから私だって今はとにかく打たないと
So I've been playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey for the first time since 2013. In retrospect, I should have not purchased it because I'm simply not having fun. That's very unfortunate because I feel like, personally, I had a lot of fun with Odyssey. It's the least Assassin's Creed-y of all Assassin's Creed, is how I've had it described to me before. But I do kind of feel like that's kind of true in a lot of ways. But I think it's like... I can totally understand why it might not be for everyone, though. Because it is still very much an Ubisoft game, where like every area is kind of like a section where something is happening, and very rarely is it like related to something like Assassin's Creed Odyssey does a better job than most like Ubisoft games, I'd say, where like characters from one area appear in another area as the story continues. But yeah, it's just like You'll just have to, I don't even know if you can get that refunded. Yeah, it was just weirdly, it was like I really enjoyed it, but I hadn't bought any of the Assassin's Creed games the longest time before that, and I have never purchased a single one afterwards. And I'm just waiting for them to, like, you know, a few years from now, I'll put Ghosts of Yotei on on Steam, and then I'll play that, and that'll be my open world Japan experience for the decade. No, Neo 3 doesn't count. Its sections are only like sort of weirdly open world. Decorations are so fucking bloated, there's 50 fucking areas on the map and they're all the same things with red flags and blue flags. The game's decided having a level up system means that all the enemies scale to you map wide. Yep, those are all very valid criticisms of the game. Honestly, I should probably just like fucking blow this guy up. He probably needs to go more than anything. Yeah, it was... I remember I was, like, playing the game, and one part that really got me was I was in an area that was my level. And you get a quest from a guy who's in that area. But the quest takes you into the area where the enemies are, like, 50 levels on you. So you technically can't do that quest because it's an escort quest. And you can't protect the guy you're supposed to be escorting because you do no damage to the guys who are escorting him and just kill the fucking shit out of him and force the fight to restart. There are a lot of things about Odyssey that really made me scratch my head. But also there was a lot of things I really enjoyed about it. I liked a lot of the places you could sneak around in. I liked the boat action. Actually, genuinely really liked the boat stuff. I didn't think I would. I thought that would be the part I did not like the most about it. Unlike everybody else when Black Flag came out, I was like, I don't want to sail a boat around. And then there's it came out for Odyssey, and I was like, fine, I'll sail the boat around. And I was like, oh, I'm actually enjoying this. It was like, it's entirely possible that I, the last Robokai, was a fool. Hell yeah, that's what we pay him for. Get him, hero. So yeah, the level gaining and the leveling stuff, and also the weird monetization / gear grindy stuff that they had in there as well, I really didn't like. There's a lot to dislike about Odyssey. But it's also that's Ubisoft stuff. I played Odyssey for 10 hours and it started to feel like busy work. I think my advantage was I didn't play anything any other game that was similar to it. But definitely, once I got towards the end of it, I sort of was like, okay, I'm pretty good now. I think I've had my full fill of this game and this franchise for another 1 million years. Ghosts of Tsushima came out and I got that, and bow is almost identical to Black Flag's bow mechanically, and then all your useful attacks to the side, but the addition of a proper ram does let you properly up bunga. The boat fights are good. Yeah, the boat fights in Honesty are fucking top tier, and if I'd realized the ones in Black Flag were that good, I probably would have gotten Black Flag, but at the time I was very Assassin's Creeded out at that point. Yeah. Like, I was a huge Assassin's Creed fan, but like, once the Ezio Auditore, like, and you can tell I really like Ezio, because I said his full name without a lot of those pauses I make when I'm trying to remember a character's name that I'll sometimes do. I was just like, man, I fucking loved Ezio. Like, and so when Revelations happened and sort of wrapped up his story, I was just kind of like, okay, well, I guess, you know, like, I guess I'll get Assassin's Creed 3. And I booted up Assassin's Creed 3 and played it for a little bit and just went, I don't like any of this. I'm done. I just left it, never went back to it. Just like fucking dropped it like it burned my fingers. Kind of crazy when I think about it. But there are some times when you play a game and you just have zero vibe with it. Look at them trying to sneak around me. It's not gonna work, guys. I'm too sneaky. If you're gonna like cluster in one place and I can map you again, that'd be good. There's no more Ezio to be had. I am bored now. Ezio was a fucking fantastic character, and his life's journey was genuinely interesting. Like, that's basically what it comes down to, is that, like, I wasn't so much interested in the story, like Assassin's Creed 1 was definitely about the mystery, about what's all this fucking technology and all this bullshit that's making, like, that's about this guy who's sort of forced in this weird corporate environment to go explore some guy's brain. That's one thing. That's one thing, and I get it. That's interesting. But, like, once that was sort of out of the bag, it was just kind of eh. Like, Assassin's Creed 2 was like, the story of Ezio was what was compelling and interesting to me. Like, I could take or leave, like, Altair's story. It was okay. But Ezio's story was a really fascinating story of revenge in a setting that lended itself very well to it. Like, a setting that is, like, that period of history, a lot of really good intrigue, a lot of really good assassinations and backstabbing and all sorts of stuff. With a lot of different power plays happening in a lot of different parts of the country of Italy. And it was just like... It was really, it just felt really, really good to me. I really enjoyed Assassin's Creed 2. Like, if I was gonna, like, do a Let's Play of, like, any game, it would be like of any Assassin's Creed game. I would probably do Assassin's Creed 2 or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Brotherhood was honestly, like, for how I felt about it, probably the peak of the series. Like, Assassin's Creed 2's story was really, really good. But Brotherhood had a really good blend of story and missions. The fucking Metal Gear Solid references were pretty good too. But And while Revelations gameplay was really tight, and it actually had some of the best quotation mark dungeons that I've experienced in the game, like you go to like a few tombs, the sequences in those tombs were really, really good, like really good tight gameplay, really good parkour stuff, like dead set. They did a fantastic job with that, and should be very, very proud of themselves for what they achieved. Revelations did kind of feel like it was like, did we really need this one? And mostly it was selling it on, like, the revelations of what happened with Altair and things like that, and none of that felt that great. It was also kind of weird, because you were basically being a guy exploring someone's memories as he went around exploring someone's memories. And it was just kind of like, you know, am I going to need to put in, like, one of those, like, depressurization tanks when I come up after this? Because holy fuck. Hey, we got the wall, brother. The best part about this is I can stop these guys... Actually, no, I'll hold on to that. Well, the issue with the enemy getting in here isn't too bad around here, so we can probably start, like, fucking around. This is the major issue. The climax of Assassin's Creed 2 being basically Ezio fist fighting a Pope was also like really fun. And I always say this, I've told this story before and I will tell it 1,000 times, but when I was playing the climax of Assassin's Creed 2, I was playing it on the PlayStation because you couldn't get it without massively invasive DRM at the time on the PC. And so, like, and I didn't have the best internet connection, so always on the internet, I was like, no, thank you. So I got it on my PlayStation, and I was playing it in front of the TV, and I was like, the climactic fight, you versus the Pope, and my dad just walks into the room and just goes, because it was a major thoroughfare, this room. Like, basically it was the sort of throughway to other parts of the house. As well as being like a sort of a living space TV room. And I just remember him stopping and looking at it and going, are you punching the shit out of the Pope? And I went, yep. And he paused for a second and went, awesome. It was like he finally understood video games at that point. Like, my family never really got why I spent so much time playing video games. I think at that singular point my dad went, this is why he plays video games. And I don't know if my dad ever had a secret desire to punch a Pope, but he seemed to really approve of that moment. He was just like, really approved it. He really approved it. So yeah, like, I have a soft spot for Assassin's Creed 2 for a lot of reasons, including the fact my father really approved of punching the Pope. Man, there are way too many enemies here. Look at this, I can just fucking fire in here and I can just hit an enemy with like nearly every single missile shot.
戦術はお嬢様任せですが、戦闘はお任せくださいませ。
艦長、ミサイルを。
It was really funny just because, like, obviously it's like, as the game goes, you're fighting him in a place that looks very like, like Rome, very sort of Vatican-y kind of looking, and he's dressed to the nines, the old Pope. And so my dad had no other cues other than that, and he just goes, "You're beating the shit out of the Pope." Sure am. I feel like I just need to have everyone duck in for a second. I just sort of like annihilate the boss enemies and fan back out again. Because the middle is in danger, but the flanks can be secure for like another turn. That'll do nicely. Good news is that as a machine with support 3, Rygar is honestly probably going to be like linchpin to like more of this fight every single time. Oh, speaking of bloat, other AC games you have between 6 and 15 targets, right? Odyssey? 40 fucking 4. Well, I mean, it's called Odyssey. To be fair, it is called Odyssey. Could you imagine if it wasn't an Odyssey and you pushed a guy over and he died? And the credits roll? Be a bit fucking anticlimactic, wouldn't it? But yeah, I enjoyed Odyssey, and I also enjoyed, like, the DLC that they put out for it. And the DLC they put out for it was kind of fucking super weird.
真打ちは最後に出るもんだぜ。イエイ。キッド、お前に任せる。
You'll assassinate every bloody pirate out there, even Captain Kidd's first mate. Well, I'm assuming they both like time teleported to ancient Greece, because we're talking about Odyssey. Now everyone just yays on command. Oh dear. What disappoints me about Odyssey is that there are good ideas. The mercenaries acting as roving million bosses was basically Ubisoft trying to get around the Warner Brothers patent on the Nemesis system used in Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, I love the mercenary system, actually. Like, it was probably one of the better implemented weird roving things as well. The fact that it was incorporated in the targets you had to kill, also incorporated in the arena fights once you unlocked them. Really kind of cool. And very well, like, seamed into everything. Like, Odyssey is full of a lot of really good stuff, and I think the thing is I remember a lot of the good stuff more than I remember a lot of, like, the silly bullshit. But, like the arbitrary leveling zones and everything like that. I definitely, thinking about it, probably will never replay. I suppose that's probably the big thing, is I will probably never replay Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I played exactly as much of it as I could ever stand, which is all of the main game, all of the side content. Oh shit! I just remembered they totally put out a make your own like quests thing as well, and man, it was so sad. It was so bad, but it was funny at the same time. Like it was God. Like you could do it. The quests, like the quest creating function was so like threadbare and kind of like stupid, and kind of like ran so counter of the way that like pretty much all the quests were like voiced quite dynamically in Odyssey. So you'd get this thing where you kind of just run up to someone and he just like he looks like about the most NPC person in Greece, and neither you nor your character ever open their mouths talking to one another as dialogue like appears on the bottom of the screen. Crafted the arbitrary zone leveling, the fact that zones will level up to minimize any achievement you feel in powering up, the fact that your points of interest are bandit camp, army camp, wild animal camp, and big military camp doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, for me, I love games that just basically let me clamber through places, and I don't really, like, personally care what kind of places these are. And I will just crawl through these places and just, like, loot everything and just, like, sniff around, read all the lore, get everything. I'm one of those, like, one of those kinds of people. So, in a lot of ways, Odyssey really did, like, you know, make me happy. Where are some of your movements going, man? Which way are you going? How are you getting out of this? You just, like, flying through people? What if I... No, because we need him to attack that guy. God, he gets so close, though.
ってみる価値はある。バスターランチャーエネルギーイン。
The game has a lot of issues in how it lets you get around, how it sort of
捉えた。
limits how you can get certain bits of content.
そこ。
That's right. We've got someone waiting in the wings to finish him off, so it's fine. I just didn't like him being there with so much health and being able to move in so rapidly.
Yoshi, 振り切った。
So now...
様の全員地獄へ送ってやるぜ。グレート大砲。 ポンコツ野郎が人間様に勝てるかよ。グランライトウェーブ発射。
Unfortunately, this fight is taking way longer than I thought it would. When it first started, I was like, oh, we might be able to do another mission after this. Now I'm like, nah. Now there is just way too many people to kill here. Yeah, like, off-brand Duke Nukem definitely had to bring his A-game on this one, so, like, I fully understand. And I often talk about how it feels like we outnumber the enemies. So, having me have to, like, remember that's not necessarily a bad thing. And fight off this extremely large wave of foes. Like, I don't mind these kinds of missions, I mentally seriously underestimated how, like, I knew more enemies would appear. I've seriously underestimated the sheer quantity of the enemies. It feels like Odyssey was the last game of its like open world game that really scratched my wandering around itch as well. I'm still waiting for like another open world game that just lets me pick through stuff and just like wander through places and just just collect garbage. Because a lot of the more recent ones feel very tightly constrained. And I know Neo Neo 3 isn't going to be a true open world game. From what I've seen of it, it looks like it's more going to be there's like open world-ish sections. Like there'll be large areas, but it won't be like true open world. You won't be able to go from like one area to the other. flawlessly.
俺たちの明日を壊されてたまるか。
Wait, his ship turns into a mech as well? What technical benefit does that even give?
そこ
It's cool. That's your tactical benefit. It's cool.
まだだ。逃がすか。
I think I'll be okay. I'm not expecting this is going to give me too much trouble.
これでとどめだ。
Grid Knight's like, I'm ready to support you, Shin, and Shin's like, no. Looks at his scroll of Master Asia that gives him more power now as he goes up in morale. No. I don't think that's how this is going to go. It's like, okay, dude, chill the fuck out.
Zeta が魂の力を表現するマシンならやってみせる。行けー。 当たりはしない。
Or will I?
波状攻撃いくよ。
I really gotta stop letting her do that. It's wasting her energy so bad. It's fine.
いけイカズチクルだ。
Looks like we're gonna get another kill with it, that's fine.
Moreちょい右見えた。ぶち抜け。
And he's gone.
Tatakai nuku. それが俺の抵抗だ。ターゲットロックオン。
Still way too many enemies.
排除開始。
Yes, good, make him stronger. For anybody else, that would be blood, but for Hero, that's victory wine. Also blood. It's fine. That was tactical as fuck.
この戦い勝利で終わらせる。グリッドナイトサーキュラー。
Nice.
パーパックがあれば空だって。ミラージュと特訓したあれでやる。この距離なやれ。
I feel like we didn't get to see the super pack that often. I just never feel these guys in space. Just, you know, kind of a failing, I guess. Okay, but at the very least, I'll you know, like, I'll get to wipe this guy out on this. So. There's still 2 more of these guys, though. So, you know, this one's gonna. I guess it's not supposed to go into space. I can't really argue with that.
Mada, 諦めたくない。逃げたら1つ、進めば2つ。行くよ、みんな。
Music always is perfectly for that game.
倒せる敵から叩く。やってみせるさ。鷹にかける。
Good. On the road. You've been flying like dog shit all day, man. I don't know what's going on with you. Yeah, so we basically ensured these guys aren't getting through.
Yo, kid, 目いっぱい近づいてやっから一撃で叩き切ってくんなまし。任しとけ。ブライストード。行くぞ。今だキッド。でやー。
No kid, he wanted you to use the Bry salad shooter. Did that look like a salad to you? You idiot. Why would he use a salad shooter if it's not a salad? We're gonna be so rich after this stage, though. That plus 30% extra money on top of everything else. Holy cow. Alright. 9 enemy units left. I'd say we've probably got a pretty good measure on the rest of them. Yeah. They're looking... This feels like I'm playing a tower defense game and I'm just turning all the enemies down the lane. Wait a minute, this is a RimWorld house defense. What the fuck, man? Pure, unadulterated nonsense. There we go.
目立ちたがり屋っていう悪い癖もあってね。このまま突っ込む。遅い。この。
I could actually like close off this escape route too. Like I have set my ships up like the way people build entrances to their dwarven fortresses. Not the real entrances, but the entrances they set up to lead the goblins through so that they can like drop all the goblin armies into their elaborate pit traps. I love that about watching Dwarf Fortress videos, by the way. It's just you see like someone being like, and so I've decided to set my defense fortress up. Over here, as you can see, I've got this setup here going where every time the enemy appears, it startles this animal which steps in this direction and steps on this trap, which admittedly wasn't actually a Dwarf Fortress one. That was like the gnome one being done by like Spiffing Brit. But it's like it's stuff like that though, where it's like my trap is basically this elaborate, highly dangerous setup that killed 5 dwarves in the means of constructing it, and another 3 when I was testing it, and it relies on one extremely easily failable component, and to the surprise of literally nobody, it failed. However, nevertheless, it's like this cage full of killer cats, they're above for the demons. Anyway, back to the magma defenses. I managed to set up a position which gives me a 100% chance of always fending off the enemies. And I decided, but what would happen if I added this completely superfluous component, and made my bear a necromancer? Ah, shit! Everything exploded again. Those are my favorite ones too. Is when like the setup is perfect. They have the perfect location. They've set everything up perfectly, and then they go, you know what? I'm gonna like just like let this one incredibly stupid thing happen, and then you watch the entire thing burn down. And it's like, it's like. I guess they get tired. Like, people who play Dwarf Fortress a lot for the internet, they probably get tired of, like, succeeding a lot. And so they always just, like, in the back of their mind, there's always just this one thing they'll always feel compelled to do. To just, like, destroy their entire, like, run. So that they can move on to the next one. One time I used to pseudo a random generator by virtue of using slushing water and very closely calibrated pressure plates to open and close a bunch of doors at random, which was okay for legitimate traffic because their pathfinding happened faster and wasn't constantly menaced by crossbows and ballistas. Dwarf Fortress plays, ladies and gentlemen. This is the unhinged life they lead. The bit is always more satisfying than winning. Oh yeah. I know for a fact none of these Dwarf Fortress streamers would ever like be satisfied with just having a stream where the fortress survives like 2 or 3 streams. You know, like I'm sure they're doing things like making them air necromancer or deciding to see how many like different kinds of werebeasts they can like cage up in one place, or if they can start like a zoo for like forgotten beasts. You know, it's just like. They're all constantly just like, how can I do something really, like, that the game isn't built for and blow myself up? They truly are the greatest heroes of streaming, because they're already playing a game that is nigh incomprehensible, and then they're like, how can I make this worse for myself? Oh dear. Every dwarf must have a pet elephant caged in their room. If that hasn't been done, someone please send that to a streamer for Dwarf Fortress. Everyone must have a pet elephant in their room. And the best part is that, like, if they're in the cages, that's okay. But, like, at some point you have to admit that that's become a literal elephant in the room, that something's gonna go wrong with them. You know, like the big thing here is that it's just like, if you do that, it literally becomes the elephant in the room. So. And you just know, like, someone's gonna get attacked by a vampire or something, or there's gonna be a fight, and someone's gonna open the cage, and the elephant's gonna be pissed. And then that's when it all just starts to go wrong. Like, I've seen like fortresses where they've managed to isolate certain problems behind like 5 layers of defenses and everything like that, and then it's like, okay, everything's great. Why is the Forgotten Beast in my? Oh no, Jimmy No Brains walked down there to pick up a rock and opened every single door on the way through. Jimmy No Brains, no! Why did I give you door access? Dwarf Fortress, like, stretches my brain out. Like, I never feel like I have enough time to, like, or concentration to really sit down and play it properly. When they added, like, Z levels, I was just like, oh, I can't do this anymore. This is too much for me. It's probably not true, but I'd gotten so, like, into the zone of doing things a certain way, the fact that, like, that happened kind of fuggled me up. Anyway. Yeah, I had no idea why it had to be that rock. I have no idea, but apparently it did. It absolutely had to be that rock. It's so good. It's just one of those things I chalk down to games I don't play, but I really enjoy watching. And if you can find someone who does a really good sort of, like, narrative explanation of what they're doing, like, Dwarf Fortress videos are just, like, the ultimate comfy thing to sit back and, like, listen to while you, like, grind in Final Fantasy XIV or something else. Because you don't necessarily need to look over to understand what's going on. You can glance, and usually when you glance at their screen, their screen will be on dead dwarves. You know... Fun trivia, the Something Awful Succession LPs for Dwarf Fortress were immortalized. The game over music in the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress is titled Koganusen or Boat Murdered. Of course it is. Boat Murdered. Well, I can't Thunder Bomber that guy because he's right next to me. But what if I moved over here? And also... what if I used Flash so I didn't fucking die instantly? Boat Murdered is what got you into the LP subform. Boat Murdered is a fantastic example of just, like, the collaborative efforts you could get from goons on projects. You know? Like, it was a wonderful, like, collaborative insanity. And it has a lot of those elements I described. Where people just decided they were going to do something unhinged the whole time. Boat Murder is also the perfect example of tantrum spirals. Yeah, there are some cases in Dwarf Fortress where no matter what you do, it's too late, and like everybody's just freaking out, and the freaking out will not end. Interestingly enough, Dead by Daylight is another game that I will watch, like, somebody who's good at the gameplay, but not like the average Dead by Daylight streamer or person like that, because you generally tend to find that a lot of them are just like weirdos. But there are some ones out there who will very adequately explain what they're doing. I do watch Demi though. I do watch Demi plays. If only because he's an Australian shitposter who plays Dead by Daylight, and therefore every single game of Dead by Daylight is him fucking around and then at the end finding out. Like, the fucking around to finding out ratio of a Demi Plays video is always 1-to-1. He always fucks around and he always finds out. It's the hieroglyph on the pyramid walls recording of "I'm a genius, oh no." He's good. You want someone who's just genuinely good at the game, clever, and can always like explain what he's doing as he does it. everyone, yeah, everyone's like, Shin, you got a crit. Shin, you got a crit. You've got the scroll. Shin, Master Asia would crit. Yeah, but Orchstava is another good one if you want to see Dead by Daylight done by someone who's very good at the game, very high level at the game, understands the game completely, and also just isn't like a huge weirdo about it. He's honestly one of the calmer people about it. He does still in the moment get quite upset, but he gets over it pretty quickly, and he isn't like he never really blames a person for something. He always instantly knows the game has done something stupid. Because spoilers, Dead by Daylight is a game that has a lot of stupid things that happens in it. That you could be the best player in the world, the game is silly. Yeah, Shin crit. Of course Shin crit. Shin never lets Grid Knight have any fun. So. Camille never lets Grid Knight have any fun. A lot of not letting anyone have any fun happening on over here. The thing is, I need like one more kill for Good Night, and I think he hits 70, which like I said, will make it so that like we have our conditionals for the secret, the first conditional. Problem solved, and Sho gets some more Levelu Uppu. Everyone like critting when they're not supposed to is kind of funny. everyone just critting is pretty funny. I'm not even mad about it, it's pretty funny.
Advent form 移行に続き、オブリタレーター起動。ガイドホーン準備。マズルドメイン形成。エネルギー充填 100% を突破。
お嬢さん、どうぞ。
ドミニオンオブリタレーター発射。
I was generally wondering if Echika was gonna crit. She gets some kills, that's okay.
Damage control はお任せくださいませ。
She brought the glue. Alright, Grid Knight. Give it to him. Catch this, as I say. There we go. Boss unlocked. Grid Knight has extra move and extra starting morale. It's not much, but he doesn't need it, because there's going to be mechanics later involving Grid Knight, which are actually kind of crazy. All of the golems are gone. Then there's only one thing left to do. It's G9! Now then, you gonna come quietly, sweetheart? It's all over. What? Where the hell did they come from? How disappointing. Despite entrusting you with all these golems, this is the best you could accomplish. It's you! I believe you promised me a massive firework. It's only fair that you keep your word. You wouldn't! You shall become the firework yourself, you worthless cur! Damn, man, he got, like, compressed. That's fucked up. What the hell just happened? This is just like our first encounter with the golems. It appears the terrorists had been dancing on Ulfcourt's strings the whole time. We may have kept Valkyrie safe. What a bummer of an ending. He got smooshied. He got splinched. There we go. Thank you. That's a good word. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for the terrorist for splinching so dramatically in the sky. It was wonderful. Life may have been tough lately, but don't forget how you felt today. You gave us as much energy as we gave you. We'll be back soon. No one stands alone. No matter what comes your way, you can overcome it if you're with someone special. We'll always treasure the time we spent together. Until we meet again. Except that one guy who got splinched. We'll never see him again. Great work out there, ladies. Your song reached us loud and clear. Really? I was actually thinking about you guys while I was singing. That's so sweet. It was worth risking our lives just for that. You knocked all the fatigue right out of us. The important thing is that Valkyrie and the audience made it out safely. Thank you so much for today, J9. I couldn't have performed without your help. We should be the ones thanking you. Huh? Passion is power. We usually keep our cool, but you remind us of the drive that burning heart can provide. And we owe that to Valkyrie's song. That song? It's not only J9. We were all saved by your song today. Well, Omachi was almost ready to throw in the towel early on. What can I say? That hot-blooded energy just isn't my style. Poncho, you arrived in the nick of time. You could have hurried up a bit more, you know. Come on, don't scold me like that. I was really trying my darndest, you know. I'm aware. You ventured through danger to reach us. And now, our combat power has skyrocketed. Armed with the bright cannon and our burning hearts, Brygar is unstoppable. We'll be counting on you again whenever we need the bright cannon, Poncho. Of course, my good sir. Now, about my compensation? What are you talking about? Anything you owe me for saving your hide. Ouch. Bringing that up is a low move. It is the truth, though. There you have it. You'll be working for us for a while, Poncho. Good grief. I don't know if you J9 folks are kind-hearted or merciless. In any case, that's the end of this incident. Yep, that's right. Let's hope so. The shadow of Ulfcourt is growing darker around us. Please request still pending. Can't afford to keep giving him free reign. Or heavy rain. Yeah, and there we go. Lots of money. And a little bit of level for our boy Stalker. Because I absolutely used him. What? Oh god, like, what memories do we want to, like, pursue now? Because I guess this is probably the end goal, but that's a lot of fucking money to get there, because we've got to, like, you know, level up everything else. What'll be our next thing? I guess all the MXP on getting area missions done is probably going to be our best one. Right over here. Yeah, mech upgrade reduction is probably going to be the next one, and then I'm just looking through everything now, because that'll be it for today. Yeah, still a lot to get through, but we'll get there. Gotta do these at some point too, just so we can get extra assist charges. That way we can do silly things. like activate Stalker at the start of a stage, just to get everybody hyped up to the start. I remember at the beginning of the stream I was like, wasn't I leveling up someone and I completely forgot how to do them? You know, like, well, I thought it was Choo Choo, but we actually did do Choo Choo, which is good, because Choo Choo is going to be featuring in the next stream. That's right, it's going to be a Choo Choo stream next stream. I guess we could just like keep leveling up these guys now. Once I get everyone up to level 5, I'll, you know, aside from like the few that I don't care about. So get the Super Siggy up. Once we get that done. Dang. Oh well. Next time we'll maybe level that up. Before we go though, we obviously have to do some talking. And we still have so many side missions to do too. Like, so next time we will be doing Countdown to Bankruptcy and Section 1's Construction Bash, and then maybe some of the non-DLC ones. But look at this, we've got a lot of things to talk about. So let's just start with Grid Knight and work our way up, because the last thing is a conversation, is like a skit basically. All right. Congratulations, Knight. I hereby bestow the title of Ace Pilot upon you. I'm not interested in titles. That's fine, but I for one am interested in you, Knight. I have several questions. I know you never used the quarters I reserved for you. Where in the Advent do you normally go? All over. What's your relationship with the second? Deeper than you have time for. You're always wearing that suit. Do you have any other clothes? I refuse to answer. Then let's move on to my most burning question. How do you transform into Grid Knight? That's confidential. Do you have some sort of phrase you say to transform? Can't say. What kind of pose do you strike when you transform? I can't divulge that. Fine. I have other options at my disposal. You want to have your ninja keep an eye on me? Oh no, I'll just ask the second. Well, I'm letting her know just how uncooperative you've been, that is. If you have a problem with that, then a little more openness would be in your best interests. You know how to use your power as representative, apparently. Oh, Auntie. Oh, Auntie. Our little Scrumblo is all grown up, and he's still a little turd, and for that I'm very happy. Ace Chat with the team! I hereby bestow the title of Ace Pilot upon each of you. Congratulations, Galma, Yamogi, Yume, Kiyomi, and Chise. Thanks, Echika. Consider this a token of my gratitude for all you've done to defend the A-Advent. No gratitude needed. We've really just been defending our own homes. It's the least we can do to earn our keep, I guess. Ah, you guys! Oh, Goma, where'd that come from? You've grown so much. You done as Xenon chose the right people. You're all truth warriors. Makes a guy weep. Warriors? I really don't think we are. And you're humble too. How noble. No, seriously, that's not it. Hey, if Captain Galma's happy, why not just take it? Fair. He's probably just really excited because Representative Echika thanked us. I gotta celebrate, gang. Party at my place. Your place? The one by the river? I can always arrange for a party space in the mansion. Nah, no need. The river's where we met, so... We'd love that, Echika. Thanks so much. Just let me take care of everything, Chise. I'll ask Cookie to set up refreshments, too. Awesome. I'll tell my family not to wait for me for dinner, then. You people listen to a word I say? You can tell us anything you'd like at the party. This is all for you. In recognition of your team being aces. Well, if you insist. You've been helping us almost since the A-Advent first lifted off, Galma. I sincerely hope you'll stay by our side in the future, wherever it may lead. Got it. It's a promise. Oh yeah, that title's got him up in the clouds, I guess. I can't believe they turned down Crab Party. That's fucked up. Alright, Jet Jaguar time. Congratulations, Jet Jaguar. I hereby bestow the title of Ace upon you. Thank you for coming to the hangar to present me with this honor, Representative Echika. Yeah, I don't know if you'd fit through the door. It would have been much easier for you to simply inform me over comms. Oh no, I thought this deserved a face-to-face meeting. It has been suggested that meeting directly carries more weight than conversing through screens. I do understand why you insisted on coming personally, Miss Representative. You do? I've learned a great deal from the information available on the networks. And yet, what I've experienced for myself here on the A Advent seems more meaningful than all of it. The world, filled with places and lives, exists here in reality. No amount of data would be sufficient to replicate it. I'm grateful to you, Miss Representative, and the Otaki Factory for giving me the opportunity to learn that for myself. Would you like to expand your awareness of the physical world a bit more? What do you mean? I was just about to take a walk along the river on the A Advent. Perhaps you'd like to accompany me? It would be my sincere pleasure. If I can ask you to wait for a moment first, I'll equip my manipulators with a cushion for you to sit on. Really? Of course. I'll be as pleasant and effective as an escort as within my ability. Thank you so much, Jet Jaguar. What a wholesome son of a gun. We're getting more things out of it. Now we've got the Otaki Factory. Thank you so much for all your assistance, Otaki Factory staff. Allow me to formally recognize your contributions. Aw, come on, Missy. We're practically family around here, ain't we? We're all in the same crazy boat we call the A Advent. Whatever we can do, we're happy to. That's so kind of you. It's wonderful to have the Otaki Factory represented in the A Advent on the economic front. Come on, Yun, you should get in on this too. Oh, sure, I guess. Do you have any broken electronics? I'll fix them for you. Is now really the time for that? I don't know what else there is to say. I don't have any broken electronics, but I was going to ask if you'd help me install Naratake on my terminal. Oh, that'd be no problem at all. Getting into AI now? I just thought it would be nice to have a friend like Jet Jaguar. Then you'll have one. Once you've got it all set up, bring it on over and I'll make it a body for you. Thank you, Mr. O. Yun's providing the software and Mr. O is building the hardware. And me, I'll make you a special representative workout plan. I think I'll pass. Nope, too late. Push-ups. Imagining Ichika perched on Jet Jaguar like, yippee, yay! It would be pretty good. Alright, and because we've gotten Rope up to maximum and Jet Jaguar up to maximum, they share a skit together. Don't ask me why. I know why. This concludes my explanation. Thank you very much, Rope. I'm sure we can put this information to good use. At least one of us can. You got any ideas? I'm sure Jet Jaguar would benefit from a new functionality. But as to specifics, benefit, maybe? It's hard to argue it'd be essential for anything. Hey, Rope! Nice to see you and Jet Jaguar hanging out. Just don't get too smug about being an old robot, or you could rub his circuits the wrong way. Don't be silly, Juzo. Rope has much to teach me. Wow. Really look up to our little buddy, huh? If I'm not mistaken, Rope was filling you in on something when we came in. I was explaining the processing of brainwave measurement. Brainwaves? Yes. Whenever we combine, Rope measures them to analyze our mental state. Got that part of the lesson. Your team has to synchronize your brainwaves, or make your hearts one, as some call it, to combine. That's right. That's why Rope is built with the sensor that lets it measure our brain activity. That's what Jet Jaguar wanted the lowdown on? I would like to upgrade to measure brainwaves myself, if possible. Why? So I can better understand human hearts. Robot wants to understand humans. Jet Jaguar is the onboard AI of a robot, but the Naratake software he's based on was originally made with supporting communication in mind. The foundation of open communication is understanding who you're communicating with. That would lead him to want to know people better. In a sense, this is proof that Jet Jaguar himself has a heart. Oh. Huh. Is that such a strange concept? Not at all. You're a robot, but you're as alive as any of us. Why wouldn't you have a heart? I appreciate you saying that. Anyway, back to the brainwave sensor. Hold your horses, Jet Jaguar. This is no time to rely on machinery. Mr. O, about who you're talking to. He's got a heart, doesn't he? What's the point if he doesn't use it? Following your heart's where the magic is. Magic? You mean it's a matter of aesthetics? I agree with Mr. O, actually. Wanting to know about hearts is what shows you have one of your own. That should be all you need. Understand? I do. I'm sure you'll find whatever you're looking for in your life you're leading here on the A Advent. I will assist in your efforts to identify it. Thank you all. Especially Rope. And Hyoma as well. Wait, what did I do? Your interactions with that enemy robot were what prompted my curiosity about hearts. You mean Garuda? Thus, I hope to learn much from you, Hyoma. Drop it. Got nothing to learn from anything between me and Garuda. But... better off asking Rope. Heck, he may be a robot, but he's been in love. Why don't you ask about that? Hyoma, that is a violation of my privacy. You have no cause to worry, Rope. My intention was to learn about romance from Chizuru. Oh, you... Attaboy, Chichegar! Yeah, that doesn't mean he's human. I don't know what does. He's liable to fall in love with a human next. But wait, Chizuru! Stay away from Chichegar! Don't worry, Hyoma. I meant I intend to learn about romance from you and Chizuru together. Oh, a threesome, alright. What? He's not doing this on purpose, is he? Honestly can't tell. Let's get out of here, Chizuru. I'm not sticking around for whatever he's got planned. Hyoma, Chizuru, wait. I need you to teach me about human romance. Try learning human manners first. I'm afraid Hyoma is the last person who can demand that. Don't you start, Rope. Chichegar wants to learn how human hearts work. Hyoma would be a good starting point, since he's easy to read. How do you have sex? Tell me! Well, I think that's enough for today. I think it's time for us to leave this mortal coil behind. We definitely won't get another stage in before I need to go eat food. So, thank you everybody for joining me. You have yourselves a wonderful week, and next time we're bankrupt. Next time we're out of dang money, and we gotta do something about it. So, how is the A Advent gonna get out of this one? Well, I'll see y'all next time. Take care, everybody.
お疲れ様。今日のプレイはここまでか。
Sorry, Shin just started by saying you too. Like, I said good. I said have a, you know, I said goodbye, and he goes, you too.
プレイヤーのみんなは戦い以外にもいろいろとやることがあるもんな。学校とか仕事とか趣味とか。俺はまだ自分がやるべきことが何なのかよく分かってない。
Get a job, Shin.
でも決めている。平和が戻るその日まで戦うってことは。だからこれからも俺に力を貸してほしいんだ。あんたを待ってる。じゃあまた明日。